You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to Walker Park for the Eastland Division 2 Grand Final. It's Boronia taking on Croydon in the penultimate decider of season 2024. The Hawks looking to make it back-to-back premierships and return to the second tier of the EFNL for the first time since 2005. The Blues looking to make an immediate return to Division 1 and end a 27-year premiership drought. Plenty to discuss about this game and the results that took place yesterday out at Tormore Reserve and Bayswater Oval. And you can catch all the action from this game plus the next bit of pre-game right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming live across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined for pre-game by three esteemed gentlemen of the EFNL media team, Wayne Brasher, Matt Spiderlee and Scott Hardy. Brash, we're back out here at Walker Park. It's almost similar to last year's grand final, David versus Goliath, but it's going to be an interesting contest and a beautiful day on hand as well.
Yeah, magnificent day to be at Mitcham for what has probably been the clash that we've probably looked forward to for quite a few rounds. These two sides have basically shown themselves pretty early in the season that they were going to be two of the main contenders in this division so far this year, and we're at the last day, and so far they've proved everyone right.
Absolutely. Matt Spiderlee, East Burwood playing in the reserves grand final at the moment. You're looking forward to this game, a senior game, I'm guessing?
Afternoon to you, Josh, and all the viewers and listeners. Great to be here. Great atmosphere so far here today and picturesque ground here at Walker Park. And they're looking forward to the contest this afternoon without question. Two high-quality teams. One that's we've all expected to be there right throughout the course of the season, and one that's had a bit of ups and downs throughout the course of the year, but just got their form right just at the back end of the season, and their finals form to date so far has been quite impressive over the last couple of weeks. But they've got a big challenge in front of them today, and it's a big chance for them to meet that challenge if they play the whole four quarters. So we're really looking forward to the entire game.
Absolutely, and we'll introduce Scott Hardy shortly, but right now we're joined by the senior men's coach of the Croydon Football Club in Rhett Jordan. Rhett, thanks so much for taking some time out of your pre-game ahead of this massive contest and joining us.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. No, it's fine. Got plenty of time with all the ceremonies and all that stuff. I looked at the running sheet, I'm like, geez, I feel some time.
How much excitement is there around the club? Because obviously you had your 19s win the premiership this morning, the reserves currently playing at the moment, obviously trailing Eastville, and then yourselves playing in the grand final.
Yeah, no, it's massive. So it's just been really good having all three sides training during the week. You know, numbers of around that 65 to 70 blokes on a Tuesday and Thursday night makes planning for training a bit difficult with those sort of numbers and trying to work through stuff, but the energy's been super, and having that all the way through has been fantastic, and everyone just feeds off each other, which is even better.
And I'm guessing for the senior boys, just given the 19s obviously won the premiership as well, and the fact that they're playing alongside the 19s and reserves, that must have given them a bit of an extra pep in their step ahead of this game.
Yeah, definitely. We are a really mature 19s group. I think from that group we had three of them play senior footy this year. And we've had others that really are banging the door down, but just for positionally, they're just hard to get a spot in that side. Blake Podesto got the best on in the 19s game today. He's very much a ready-made senior footballer, but it's hard to find a spot in that forward line the way we've sort of been playing at times. And he had an injury, probably at an untimely manner during the year as well. So there's some really good kids in that group. Plus we had 5 of our under-16s kids playing that 19s game this morning as well. So that's super impressive and exciting for the club moving forward as well.
Talking about untimely injuries for yourself, it came at the wrong time of the year, mate.
Yeah, in a way, but I can't get disheartened about it. There's nothing to be negative about. Negativity is not going to make anyone happier or help anyone around me. And I still get to be part of it from that point of view, and someone else gets an opportunity to play today and that type of thing. So as disappointing as it is not to be playing out there, I can't be that let down because we've got guys at the club who have injured themselves in the last 2 weeks who are going to miss today. Like Josh Matsayer's got injured in the second final. He's played every game this year, and he's going to miss today altogether. So, luckily for me, I'm still part of it and still going to be pretty involved in it. So, there's no point me dwelling on it. just got to move on, chin up, and yeah, steps ahead.
Interestingly, just the last couple of rounds of the home and away season, your form looked like it had sort of tapered off a little bit. But the way that the finals have actually fallen for you, it's almost like their continuity's actually played you back into a bit of form. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sort of. The back half of the year, we sort of knew what we needed to do, but it's one of those things. We had, I suppose, actually a lot of illness at the wrong time. That flu, pneumonia stuff that was going around sort of hit us probably a couple of weeks before that. So getting blokes back into form leading into there. But in saying that, we can't make excuses for the way Mully and Waverley played us and the round 16 and 17 of the season. They played some really good games, and we were with them for most part, but then they just outdid us both of those occasions. It was good, obviously, to get the chance to play them both again in the finals and rectify that, when it really mattered. So it has been good from that point of view to get that continuity, as you said.
Good luck this afternoon, Rhett. All the best for the team. Let's drill down on the big parts of the game. What sort of things can we expect? But what are the three main key focus areas for you this afternoon, do you think, as a playing group? What are the things you're going to discuss pre-game that you're really going to hone in on to get the result this afternoon?
It's probably going to be more around just handling the pressure of a grand final. As much as you say, we've played finals and this and that, it's completely different ballgame when it comes to grand final day. As I've already watched today from both the 19s game and this game so far, you can be as prepared as you want playing all the finals and whatnot, but a grand final is different kettle of fish. Contested footy, who spreads, who handles the pressure, all that type of stuff the most. And I suppose conditions as well is another thing. The breeze is blown a different way as it has the last 3 weeks. There's no lightning. So we've been exposed to it all over the last 3 weeks. So that's something, again, we've just sort of got to adapt to as well. So the biggest probably message is just control. Just control what we can and not worry about the things that are out of our control, like obviously things like how the opposition's going to play and what the weather's going to do and all that type of stuff. So just control what we can control.
Also, a part of that is starting the game well. One thing is you can't let Boronia get off to a flying start and be chasing the game, because when you're trying to chase the game at the back end, that's when you can run into problems. So that's going to be something that you've really got to, put a real focus in on, to making sure the players are really calm but also prepared to hit the ground running for when the ball's bounced.
Yeah, 100%. That's probably been a big focus for us over the last month, 5 weeks, is just playing 4 quarters of footy as opposed to 3, whether that's quarters 1, 2 and 3 or 2, 3 and 4, whatever it is. It should be 1, 2, 3 and 4. So that's been a big focus as well, making sure that we capitalise on all quarters of a game, not just the first. If anything's to go by, look at what Brisbane did last night. The game's not over till that final siren. So I've got to make sure we really capitalise on every quarter.
Now, it's going to be an interesting part for you to play today. Obviously, we know the circumstances that surround you with your injury. But today you've got a really big job in the coach's box and directing the traffic. And you're coming up against Matt Clark, who's a very good coach in his own right. He's had a lot of success. So I suppose for you, having the advantage in past a few weeks being out on the ground with the players, do you feel like, even though you're not playing, do you feel like you still can play the cards and pull the trigger at the right moment? Because you've got a little bit of an eye of what's actually been happening while you've been out there the last few weeks. So when you talked about control just a short time ago, you actually can control a little bit of the tempo yourself from the bench, because you're getting a good first eye of, I know what we can do when we do have the ball, because I actually saw that out there when we were using the ball in that manner. Is that something that you think you can really use towards your advantage in terms of the coaching battle today?
Yeah, I've got full faith in the coaches I've got on the sideline. Corey Quinlivan and Tim Legg, they've been awesome. Aaron Jennings been awesome. So those 3 boys have been super, just doing the stuff on the bench. Our midfield coach is Glenn Pemberton, who just won a flag this morning with the 19, so obviously knows what he's talking about. So from that point of view, whether I'm there or not, I know what's happening on the bench. I've got full faith in what's going on with those boys. And luckily, I look back now, I missed a game earlier this year. And got to coach on the bench there, so it kind of puts me at ease a bit that I'm not doing this for the first time on the sidelines on grand final day. So I actually did get a bit of a taste of it during the year, and I did the second half obviously last week with the boys on the bench. So I suppose there's 2 sides to it.
Can you keep your emotions in check with that though? How do you think you'll be able to keep your emotions in check if it is hot in the kitchen, or if there's a big moment to be played? Do you feel you'll be able to okay, have the big breath and go, no, I'm calm, we'll make that change now, or hang on, guys, we need to discuss something. How do you think you're going to be able to react and cope with that, in the cool light of the actual situation?
I don't think I actually need to. It hasn't been me on the bench doing that all year. I've been on the field fired up, being that energy guy, and as you guys probably know, I don't mind celebrating and enjoying football like that. So nothing will change from that perspective from the coach's box, and that's why I've got Corey there. Corey's a real calm head. So I'll sort of be on the bench. If we kick a goal, do something right, lay a big tackle, get a big spoil, I'm going to celebrate it. I'm going to enjoy it and bring that energy. And he's going to keep that calm head. And that's why we work so well together, because we do sort of offset each other's behaviours really well. Yeah. And that's shown a big difference. And from that Oddfield point of view, we've brought in Billy Dixon today, who was a captain of the club last year. So we keep that on-field leadership, which is really going to help. So it's not like we're necessarily losing anything on-field either from that point of view.
Yep, and you've had such a good year, like as a club, as a coach as well. It's a pretty good caper when you're making finals as a coach. What have you found has been challenges, and what have you enjoyed most about this season so far?
I suppose challenge is just the ups and downs of a normal footy season, and just having so many probably numbers on the track and catering for different individuals and personalities. Some players you have to sort of rip into a bit. Some players you have to give a bit of a cuddle to. Some players I'll speak to 2 to 3 times during the week. Some players I'll speak to, once a fortnight, depending on, just getting to know each individual. Like I said, I think I spoke to you guys earlier in the year. Coming in, I only knew a couple of the boys from my previous time here and things like that. So early challenges was getting to know everyone and the ins and outs of those individuals. And the back end now is obviously catering for, finals footy and the speed and excitement that is finals footy. So it's been super. I've loved it. And yeah, it's just another step on my journey, which is really exciting.
And speaking of finals, you're obviously coming up against a side you match up well against. Round 6, we saw you get the win. Do you look back at that result, or do you sort of understand they're a different beast now to what they were then? Oh,
you got to look at every team differently each week. There's very rarely will the 22 that run out for each club each week be the same 22. And same as us. I don't think we've had the same side in back-to-back games. I think we only had that once, maybe twice this year. So it's hard to sort of say it's a different beast. It's a different beast every week. Yeah. So you don't look back and go, oh, this happened, that happened. If we did that, then you look at the Mulgrave game and the Waverley game where we lost 2 on both times during the year. If we look back on both those games, then we probably don't win those finals, because then we dwell on it too much. So you can't really look back too much on those things. You can take some learnings out of it, but you've got to really take each game on face value and play accordingly.
Rhett, one of the best, if I'm a purist today and I'm coming to watch a game of football, I reckon the clash that be looking forward to the most day would be the skipper Fraser Smith against James Bagley at centre half forward. I think that's going to be a pivotal clash this afternoon. Fraser, in my opinion, has probably been the best centre-half back in this competition this year, and would be a bit of a travesty of justice if he doesn't make the team of the year. One of the things that I'm very impressed with, the way that he leads the side from centre-half back, I think we saw him at his very best against that Templestowe goal, where you basically were able to constrict that Templestowe to one half of the ground, and your guys were able to perfectly build that wall, and the ball never got into that 50. Is that something that you may want to try with Boronia this afternoon, to try and pin them in their back half so that they're not allowed to run forward of the ball? Yeah, I think it's one of those things. We've got really good leaders across each line. It's worked out well that you've got Fraser being the captain down looking after the back group, me being forward, so looking at that group, and then we've got strong leaders in our midfield group as well. So gives me full faith, obviously, knowing that I don't have to dictate too much. Tim Legg, who looks after the backs as well, knows that he mainly just gives them the reins and the licence and let those boys work out matchups and things like that. We go into a game obviously saying this is matchup A, B, C, but if it's not right, you boys make the change. You pull the trigger on that on ground. So we have full faith in the boys to do that from that point of view. Fraser's been super. I think he's also missed about 5 or 6 games this year as well with injury. So to have the year he's had with limited games as well is even better. It just does show obviously the versatility, the agility, the strength, all that effort he puts in to be the captain of our club.
has just been a mountain of work and just shows, how mature and ready he is, obviously, to play finals footy.
And just touching on that forward line, with you out of the lineup, who steps up and who becomes that leader of the forward line today?
Well, as you guys would know as well, we don't. I said it last time. I think Templestowe. We don't go out and go, okay, this person needs to kick this many goals. This person needs to that. As much as I do enjoy kicking, I don't mind if it's me or someone else, as long as it's a Croydon jumper. And that's the same thing. It was quite funny going into the last game of the year. Me and Riley Costantino, I think we're on the same amount of goals for the year, and we both said if we're both on the same amount and there's 1 minute left, we're not passing it to each other. So, but if it was any other time, any other game, we'd definitely be feeding each other from that point of view. So no, look, we don't look at it and go, okay, Riley has to kick this many, Trent Dodd has to kick this many. Our small forwards need to bob up and do this. It's more about, as long as a Croydon jumper is the one that's putting them through, that's a big win for us. And I think if you look at our goals across the year, I think we've got 4 or 5 players who have kicked more than 20 goals, and that just does show that dynamic of that forward line.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat that you just write too. But finally, what would it mean today to you personally, but also to the club, if you can get over the line today? It's been such a long wait for the Croydon faithful, 27 years for a premiership, but also that opportunity once again to go back up and have another crack at Division 1 and potential and be there and really give yourselves a chance to set the future up.
Yeah, no, I think it means heaps. Like you said, it's been a long time without that premiership. It means heaps to me just from the fact I won my first premiership with Croydon under 12s. So it'd be so good to come back and win another one from that point of view. And Thursday night training, we had some of the members from I think it was our 1970 or 1960 flag there, and chatting to those guys, and they're around the club rooms and here today and have been around a bit, so it'll be massive for the club.
Did anyone speak? Did anyone speak officially, like as a guest speaker?
Thursday night we had Rooster have a bit of a chat. Roger O'Brien, so he had a bit of a chat Thursday night, just more not so much about him and that premiership, more just about the jumper and the history of the club, because he knows it so well, and he's been to all the finals and been to a lot of games this year as well. So from a club point of view, the energy's great. We've got good youth coming through. Like I said, 5 or 6 of the 16 boys playing in the 19s. The 19s winning, so there's definitely a future there. We just need to make sure we're giving them that platform and something to look up to from that point of view.
All right, you're a busy man. We really appreciate your time on pre-game ahead of this and massive grand final against Boronia. Good luck today. We wish you all the best in your recovery as well, and hope to see you back out on the park sometime soon.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate it. See you later.
Thank
See
you,
you, mate.
Red.
Coach well.
Thanks to Red Jordan there, who he's certainly someone who's done a great job with this Croydon lineup to get them back up into a grand final, their first since 2019, and he's certainly someone I hold in high regard. Whenever we've spoken to him, he just speaks so well, Brash.
You always knew. I've known Rhett for quite a while. I mean, and I've watched him play a lot of football. He was always destined to be a coach. Mm-hmm. There was just, I remember talking to him quite a few times, even before he's a coach, and he's got a football brain, and he understands the area. He understands the competition. He's probably a perfect prototype coach, right? That comes off being an ex-player in this competition in the current environment, and just steps right into it and understands the lay of the land.
Well, he's just processed it so well, hasn't he? Knowing that he's not playing. But I think he's just been able to get on with the job because he's got a bigger job to do, and that's coach the team. So he's put his playing part of it to the side, left that, taken that out of the equation, and now he's just fully focused on the coaching part.
I actually think I know he'd probably want to be out there, Scott,
hugely.
But I reckon on a day like today, it actually might work for Croydon if he's on the bench and he's getting an overall view.
Well, that's why I asked that question, because I thought it was really relevant, Scott and Brash, because I thought that if he's getting another look at it and he goes, we can make that move now because I've seen this happen. I'm seeing a trend in the game that we can turn this game now, or we can arrest the momentum if it's shifted. So
but the thing that drives me about him the most is he just loves it. Like, he just loves footy, and we've spoken about that. I said when we interviewed him in round 6, just his eyes could not go off the ground, and it will, he'll be disappointed he can't be out there, and he is such a crucial part to that forward line and finding really good positions for goals and everything like that. But like you said, they do have other options.
I think one of the most important things for Croydon this afternoon is how they use their bench and their rotations. Mainly because I feel that Croydon, Boronia's rotation rotates real deep. They've got 10 to 12 guys that rotate, and they can rotate them at will at any specific time with no specific time frame. I don't think Rhett has that much at his disposal, so his timings are going to have to be absolutely crucial to get the best value for money out of his midfield, because if he miscalculates and the guys that come back on and off haven't had that required break, they're going to run out of gas real quick.
Yeah, and you're right, Brash, like 100%. And I think also being, like you're saying, Spud, down at that ground level, he can then make that better probably understanding. Sometimes, obviously, when you're in the game, you're sucked into the contest and you're away from sort of seeing the little bits and bods. Whereas if he's boundary side, aching to get on and going, hang on, I would have done this, I think it just opens up that perspective. I think you're right, Brash. It could work in their favour.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will be joined, of course, by the Boronia senior men's coach, Matt Clark, at around 1:40, 1:45-ish. And he's certainly someone that's done a terrific job with this Boronia lineup for many years now. He was recently announced as the coach next year as well for Boronia, which would make it his 7th year, because he's been coaching since 2018, which he won a premiership there, and obviously looking for back-to-back premierships here, and for Boronia to return to the second tier of the EFNL, the Division 1, for the first time in nearly 2 decades, which it'd be a right fit for them, because they've just been dominant the last couple of years.
Well, they have been. Yeah, they've really dominated the competition, and look, if they got the opportunity to go up, they'll be competitive straight away. I think they've got tremendous depth, so that's going to certainly help them. And they've got a lot of faith in Matt Clark. I know there's a lot of other clubs that would love to have a Matt Clark in their coach's box. So Boronia are very fortunate at the moment to have him at the helm guiding the ship.
I guess too. I mean, look, there is, to be honest with you, there really is so many. Amongst 3 clubs this year, there's so many similarities. Unfortunately for Donwell, it didn't go their way, but Mitcham have gone up. Boronia have basically been tracking square with Mitcham basically for the last 2 years on their progression. I mean, it almost seems like that you almost feel like that Boronia are itching for newer challenges.
Well, they've been tracking each other in the cycle. I've been talking about the cycle for a fair bit of time, but they're around about that same time. Mitcham went down from the old Division 1 to Division 2 at that time, and Boronia had just gone down, so it was around about the same time, and they've just started. They've been at arm's length just the last few years, and they've just been right at each other's fingertips. So now they're once again. They're still in that pointy end on grand final day, once again going for back-to-back premierships, both those clubs. It's a tremendous story for both.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and obviously Croydon looking to break that 27-year premiership drought, as Matt Clark will be joining us shortly. But he's got a pretty handy list at his disposal as well, Scott, doesn't he?
Oh, without doubt. And like we've said, we've just seen the calibre, and like you're saying, Brash, they just have so many different positions that they can play their players if they need to mix it up.
Well, last year I said they had 8. This year they got 10 to 12.
And that's the adaptation, and that's the learnings from years past, and obviously stepping into this year, Josh.
Absolutely, and we are now joined by the senior men's coach of the Boronia Football Club, Matt Clark. Clarky, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Josh. A great day for it.
Absolutely perfect day compared to yesterday as well out at Tormore and Bayswater. But how was the feeling around the club? Another Division 2 grand final, your third with Boronia as well.
Yeah, it's one of excitement. It's really hard to describe because we've been waiting. I think last year put us in really good stead. We were a little bit nervous last year going into the game. I think we burned up and thought about a lot of what-ifs before the game, and it's just a sense of calm over the group. They're having fun down there right now. They're having fun. So the music's pumping, and I think they just want to. They're really hungry for it, and whatever the result today, they're not fearing it, which I love. So there's a bit of just loosening up. They're nervous. Everyone will be nervous, right? It's a natural emotion, and no, but generally, I'm proud of them, and they're ready to go.
Matt, I have to say, I heard from very good resources, it was a bit of an emotional night at the football club on Thursday night when it came down to selection. So obviously, some players that have been part of that senior squad for the last 2 or 3 years were unfortunate to miss out, and there was probably 4 or 5 guys. when I looked at the team sheet from the second semi-final, the two players that you brought in, even if I was coach, I would have had to have bring them in. How hard was that?
It's tough because I care about them, and so like you got to look at the justification and the body of work, and I think when you play it back, it will never sit easy in the player's mind, but we've got to be really open, honest, and validating the reason we're bringing these two players in. We're not bringing in, we're bringing in two people who have been high performers for a
but
long,
they're
long
premiership
time.
players, mate. You just can't sit there and say, I'm keeping these two players out, right, when they're proven premiership players. You actually owe it to your supporters and the club to put the best side on the park on a grand final.
We bought our ruck in, our key ruck, our reigning best and fairest winner, and we've bought in
the fullback.
The fullback who's been Team of the Year fullback for the last 7 years. So, yeah, we're pretty confident we've got two players coming in.
But then there's also, on the flip of the coin, Cooper Duncanson, who missed last year, then is now playing in this year. So there's always stories like
and
that.
Dylan Dower. There was two who missed out last year who are back this year. So.
And Cooper's been good for you. Like, he's kicked 9 goals. He's been three best ons and stuff. So he's a crucial key for this grand final.
Absolutely. He both Dylan and Cooper missed out last year, play on the wing with Whitey, and I think Coop's challenge last year which is a little bit of Wheels' problem this year, is that he missed a lot of footy in the back half of the season, and it's just hard when you're winning games every week and you're not in that ruck position or that key position where you've got a body of work that just is outstanding. So Coop, and I said it to him just before, I said, I'm so proud of you, because it's easy just to give up. It takes resilience, toughness, and strong mind for him and Dill to fight back and earn their spot. So I think the group are really, it takes a squad to get here, right? It takes a squad to get here through the trials and tribulations of the year, but I think, subjectively, we picked our best 22 who we feel is ready to go today.
And just quick, last question, I'll hand over to the boys as well. You spoke about contested footy being king. I just wanted to know whether there was an ace up your sleeve for today, or contested footy is it?
No, I think that's it's finals footy, contested footy, and it's pressure. It's relentless, and a size ground like this, we're used to playing at Tormore, but when you play on a ground like this, you've got to get forward momentum. So I think for us, how we move the ball and the speed of ball will be really important. But I think, the opposition we've got today, they're a big body around the footy side, and they're well set up around stoppages, and they create and like stoppages. That's their strength. So we're going to have to be really mindful of how we operate in that space.
Yeah, let's keep continuing on that theme, Matty. Good luck this afternoon. We always ask the coaches the three main things you want to really focus on, particularly when the ball's bounced. What are the three things as a coach that you really want to see in the first 10, 15 minutes of the game of a grand final to know that your players are switched on mentally?
Yeah, I think the first one starts with voice, right? So are we loud? Are we instructing? Are we celebrating every little thing that happens? And I'm talking about little blocks, little tackles, anything that goes on, picking each other up. The second part is just forward momentum, so winning the contest and moving the ball, whether it's a kick off the ground, punch forward, whatever it is, just put their backs under pressure as early as we can, and the game will open up. Like, the game becomes a game after about the 5 or 10 minute mark. So for me, the nerves are all in that first 5-10 minutes. So how you can take territory and then hold it in that spot is really putting their backs under pressure. And that's probably the third thing for me is how we defend. I think it's really important. If we're not getting it, are we really set up to create second, third ball ups, stoppages, and making sure that we're not allowing exits on them. So I think if we're doing those three things early, I'll be pleased. Never happy, never confident.
Exactly. But that's the thing too. When you played them early in that round 6 game, and that was an unbelievable game of football because there had so many factors that came into it. Malice goes down with the injury. The game sort of turned. They came home strong. All that sort of thing. But the way they work in terms of their contested ball numbers, they defended so strong. You must be really aware of what they bring to the table because they've really improved, particularly over the last month. I think their game's gone to another level as well. And I've seen you out here studying and watching them over the past few weeks so relentlessly over the final series. You just know that the gap has really come in over the last month or so with all the teams. Yeah. They're all chasing you.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a big gap anyway, but I think we've been able to extend games in the last quarters and after half time. So I think early in games, if you have a look at the scores throughout the whole year, we've been behind quite a few and we've been up, but never like 10 goals up or anything at quarter time. It's been a grind, and that's the thing we embrace. I've been watching, and you've got to be careful when you're sitting back and waiting. You can over-endorse in what the opposition do and spend your moments and thing. But we've been really, really good side at focusing on what we do. And I think we've been mindful this year where we're looking at Heathbond in all different lenses last year. I think this year we've said, all right, who we're playing, let's find out. What are their one or two things that they go to? And then from there, what do we do? How do we break the game down? How do we operate in that space?
Matt, I often found when we were talking about ground size before, Tormore allows the centre half forward to come in, for either side, come into the game themselves. This ground here, it's very easy, and it could be very easy for both centre half forwards to get lost in the contact with regards to the ball going over their head over the time. Is that something that James is going to have to sort of figure out a bit this afternoon to try and find the right positions to lead to?
Yeah, I think for us, like we've got a tall high half forward marking line, so we'll have Gricey there, we'll have Nick Noops, we'll have Luke Hannon, Beggs will run there at times. So I think what we'll do is we'll space out accordingly, so we'll have high representation in the middle if it's a better kick, and if it's a dump kick and a longer kick, we'll have good marking targets there. So I think we're very aware at any ground that how we set up when the ball's in the D50 and how we set up at around the ground is really important. So we've put a lot of work into it, and I'm confident that even Ben Robbo is an anchor for us, but
he's been terrific, hasn't he? Since coming back into the side, we spoke about earlier in the year.
Well, he didn't play
that game against Croydon. That's right. He was a couple of weeks off. He played in the second.
Yeah, absolutely. So we didn't have Josh Hannon, Luke Hannon, and a few others that day. But I think, we're just excited. This is going to be a good game, and loving what's going to come.
And finally, for me, you must be really happy with that Malice-Brasher combination in the midfield. You know, they've been averaging nearly 80 possessions a game. They just seem to, there's a lot of yin and yang, and they just seem to really feed off each other, don't they?
Yin and yang, that's
what
it is.
There's a good Brasher link. There's a Brasher link, isn't there, in this conversation?
Good time. Absolutely. The more you play together, the more you train together, the better off you are. And I think the other one I want to flip into that equation is Damon Fairchild.
Yeah.
Because Damon is like a bull, and he's one who takes territory for us, gets it really deep. He can explode out the front. Mitch and that get a lot of attention, and Maxi's just an accumulator, right? He uses the ball really well by hand and foot. So I think having those three different bodies, different players in the middle certainly makes it different for the opposition.
And that was actually one of my questions, Damon Fairchild, because the final couple of rounds of the home and away season, do you feel like he was starting to play his best footy?
I think he got 3 of the last 4 best on grounds.
He won the medal last year.
He did.
Yeah.
Like, he's I won't go back to when I first came to Boronia, but he was someone I played in the twos for the first 4 games until he learnt to tackle and play the game that I wanted him to play. He went back, and to his credit, he's a bull now. So he's one of our most important players out there today.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see over on the other side there's a big contingent of Boronia supporters, and when we spoke during the week as well, you said that one club mentality, those fans coming down to the ground as well. Just how crucial will that be for the players to lift them up on the biggest stage of them all today?
Yeah, we've been in Croydon's position where you've had 3 teams out there on a day, and it's that during the week stuff, and it's the momentum and the enthusiasm, excitement that goes around the whole club. And with only having the seniors in there, I thought the way the supporters and the past players, etc., have filled the gap and really got around the players. And it means the world to the players. It means the world to me too that we've got such support, and the messages via text, via phone is. You'll see some people holding up face masks to people and all that sort of stuff. But, everyone, I feel the support from everyone that's ever been involved with Boronia Football Club today. And
wait for the beer tickets tonight, mate.
But we know that we're in for a tough game, right? So we're not expecting just an easy walk out there. We're expecting that we're going to be patient. We're going to have to work our ass off to just get the result that we want, and they'll be doing the same, right? So it's going to be a real interesting day.
Absolutely. Well, Matt, we always appreciate your time on an Eastland match of the round, especially ahead of a massive day for you and the Boronia Football Netball Club. Congratulations on making it again to the Div 2 Grand Final, and good luck today as well. And hopefully by 5 p.m. it's a Boronia victory.
That's a plan, but good luck with the call, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It's
Matt Clark. We're going to go to our first ad break of the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll discuss what took place out at Tormore Reserve and Bayswater yesterday afternoon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, Why, yes. I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park for the Eastland Division 2 Grand Final. Boronia taking on Croydon. Josh Ward here alongside Wayne Brasher, Matt Spider-Lee and Scott Hardy for the pre-game. We've had some really good discussions with both coaches, Brett Jordan for Croydon and Matt Clark from Boronia as well, and certainly got a lot out of both coaches ahead of this massive grand final.
Well, it's just great insight, Josh. Yeah. We've been blessed with all the coaches coming on before the game across all the divisions. And look, yesterday we didn't get Paris before the game, and that was disappointing that unfortunately that couldn't happen. But, we had a terrific interview with Neil Winterton, and today with the 2 coaches as well. So I think we can be very thankful with what we've had. And they give us great insight and take us right behind the curtain of what they're going to talk about pre-game with their players.
Absolutely. And then you can hear the East Burwood song in the background. They're back-to-back premiers in the reserves, defeating Croydon in a massive upset in the end. 10-11-71 to Croydon, 3-5-23. The Blues finished the season on top of the reserves ladder, and they were looking to follow up what their 19s did this morning and win the under-19s premiership, but unfortunately not to be in East Burwood. Well,
that's the second year for East Burwood in the seconds that they've come back through the other way. They've lost the first final. Lost the qualifying final and had to come back through the first semi and preliminary final.
And that's why I reckon...
Yeah. But sometimes getting that momentum, particularly in reserves footy, it does help. And sometimes it's a little bit of luck who you're playing in terms of where the senior teams land, who've got both first and seconds in. So, but look, for East Burwood, it's a good result, obviously, for them today, but I still hone in on the point for them. Like, they've now got to translate that into senior success going forward, because this is going to be 4 coaches in 4 seasons going forward, and obviously they've got a lot of work to do and a lot of ground to make up from a senior playing perspective. I mean, it's okay to put the reserve premiership cups in the cabinet and they'll look nice, but at the end of the day, you get measured on winning senior premierships, and you get judged on where your club is, going forward with your senior success. So that's what they've got to start focusing on and translating. There's other clubs in that predicament as well, but at the end of the day, you get judged and you go up and down divisions based on senior football.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see who they get as senior coach. Obviously, Justin Witcher, unfortunately, departing.
But good to see Justin actually out there.
Yeah, which is great.
He's departing the club as the senior coach, but he's acted as a really good support to Craig O'Malley, who's once again come up victor. He's back-to-back premiership coach, and I think that's his fifth flag. Fifth premiership flag at East Burwood, but I think he's played in about 3 or 4 reserve flags as well, so it's incredible.
A storied career for East Burwood.
He just keeps going, Craig O'Malley. He's played about 520-odd games.
It's remarkable.
But coaching only in this one.
Absolutely. We'll touch on the 2 senior games that took place yesterday, starting off with the Premier Division. We'll save Division 1 for a little bit later on, but the Premier Division preliminary final, East Ringwood, they booked their ticket to the Premier Division Grand Final this coming Saturday, 8-12-60 to Roval 3-6-24. No goal kickers or best listed as of yet for East Ringwood. For Roval, all single goal kickers. Nick Showmakers listed best on ground. But I had a look at the vision of Bayswater Oval. It was in better nick than Tormore, but still not in the greatest condition. And I'm guessing that would have suited East Ringwood, Rash.
Yeah, look, but the other thing too is, I sort of felt, and I think Spider sort of hit the nail on the head a little bit, that unfortunately for Roval, their form was very spasmodic in the probably the last 6 weeks of the season. Yep. They found, in fact, they probably couldn't find the continuity that they really wanted, or the momentum to take into a game against East Ringwood yesterday. And I sort of felt that really it was East Ringwood's game to lose, because I think their form throughout the season has been a lot more consistent. Interestingly enough, Twiston Tweedy didn't play yesterday, which is a
bit of a concern.
Yep. However, if it's only a minor issue, he'll probably be back in next week. But I think in terms of a game going into a grand final, I would have wanted that sort of hit out going into a grand final, just so that it's sort of battle hardened your Spider.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the thing. I mean, I think East Ringwood have got the best list, right? I think they've got the most, and I think they've got the most depth out of the two now that are left between East Ringwood and Baldwin, right? We know that Brenton Sanderson is he's the most experienced coach. He's going to come up against, Ben Osmond's going to come up against a man that's coached AFL football. So, but that doesn't mean that he can't out-coach him on the day. But I think East Ringwood have really shown, over the last few weeks, they're not too far away from getting that perfect performance. Last week, a bit unlucky not to quite get over the line in the second semi, but I think playing that 3-4 weeks in a row has really helped their cause. And I think when you have that break, you still have that continuity. Look, Roval, they were never going to kick a big score. So the wet weather was just never going to suit their style coming up against an East Ringwood team on the ground like Bayswater. It was always going to be hard work, being able to defend that sort of the ground against an East Ringwood team with that forward-line setup, but also that midfield, that contested ball game. So that was where it was always going to lie. So for me, East Ringwood get the big tick. They get the invitation. Roval, they'll be disappointed with their year. And it was a little bit inconsistent. They were vulnerable at a lot of times, had a lot of players in and out of the team. And Scott, I think that's the thing about it. You've got to play your best footy when it counts in the finals. And Roval, they just, at times, they showed some glimpses, but just couldn't quite deliver it consistently enough over periods of time.
Interesting. Scott, I'll bring you in on this conversation. Interesting speaking to Ray Baird after the game yesterday. And he basically said Roval had the win, but then all of a sudden, when that fluky sort of storm come through, right, instead of them having the win, it did a complete 360 and ended up favouring East Ringwood, who basically got 2 doses of good wind in the first half.
Yeah.
And Roval got caught. They got caught and they just weren't able to sort of take any sort of advantage. It must be really hard. Look, sometimes ground conditions really do play a big
Well, they
part.
dictate,
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that. And I think yesterday would have tested any side on any oval, no matter where you are. But I'm pleased to see East Ringwood, in the final. I feel that matchup against Bourne is the right sort of final you want to see.
It's the best two teams.
And it is. And obviously that shows in record. And that game earlier with East Ringwood and Bourne in the finals, you couldn't pick a closer contest. And I really think East Ringwood take a lot from that and can bring something to that final.
The only concern I have for Baldwin next week, and East Ringwood have done this very well. I think they've kept Haley goalless in the 2 games they've played, and Charlie needs to. And I think for Baldwin to actually, I don't know if he hit the scoreboard yesterday.
He didn't kick a goal last time against East Ringwood.
So I mean, they'll need him to kick goals in a grand final, I reckon, Charlie.
Oh, he would have to kick. I think for Baldwin to win next week, he's going to have to kick around about 4 goals for Baldwin to win. They're going to have to kick. I think Baldwin's almost going to have to kick 13 to 14 goals to win that game against a defensive team like East Ringwood.
Technically, right, it's basically Haley versus Lowson in the forwards next week. Whoever of those 2 forwards kicks the majority of goals wins the game.
But the thing is, Spider, they may not kick 13 because I think they're predicting rain
weather
next
again.
week, and fairly decent.
And if it is an arm wrestle
at this stage, but you never know with Melbourne how it's going to turn.
But if it is an arm wrestle and the weather isn't great, I still like the East Ringwood model because I think that their contested ball game really stands up. It's just going to be whether the defensive part of Baldwin's game can reflect and turn into scoreboard pressure.
Absolutely, and it's remarkable for East Ringwood, their second grand final in 3 years, of course, making Division 1 and winning that premiership in 2022 in dominant fashion against Moolabuk. And the last time they played in a Premier Division grand final, Spider, I know you'd have
2002. Yes, no, it was an amazing performance, that one. They were at one stage 39 points behind. They kicked the last 10 goals of the game to win by 25 points. Guys like Wade Porter, Cameron Crowley, guys like Marcus Bazaglo playing, Daniel Shears, down back. They had a great team. Paul Grayling in the ruck. They were a terrific combination. Greg Fremantle coached that team. So and a few weeks earlier against Vermont, they did exactly the same thing. So that year they went through the season undefeated. So there's a lot on the line, and it'd be great if they could get over the line. But the one team stands in their way, and that's Baldwin, who haven't won for 8 years, and they're looking to get back on the premiership podium as well.
Bit of a premiership drought, I reckon, for Baldwin, given the success they've had in the EFL ever since they've joined.
But it's a big test for them too, because they have had some disappointing days in recent times, Baldwin. So that, for them to get back to the grand final stage, they'd be looking to perform big on that day.
Absolutely. Well, one side that did perform on the big stage yesterday and did it once again, Mitcham, in the Division 1 grand final, which we were out at, Brash and Spider as well. The Tigers 8-7-55 defeating Park Orchards 2-3-15. It was really that second quarter, Brash, where Mitcham, they kicked 6 goals when the heavens opened up, when it started hailing down, when everything was happening out at Tormore Reserve that got them over the line in that game.
It was just amazing when you look at the 100 minutes of football that was played yesterday in that grand final. That in essence it took Mitcham basically 12 minutes of football in the second quarter to win the grand final.
Well, it did.
And the thing was, though, Spider, it was basically sheer bloody mindedness on their part to will themselves to in that final 15 minutes, right, to force the issue.
Yeah, well, the thing was, Mitcham were cleaner with the ball. They got the ball out of the middle of the ground and they scored. The clearance and stoppage work from Mitcham yesterday was really important in terms of the contest, Scott. And the one thing that they did really well, they got the ball in there. Parente took a couple of those really important marks. They got a couple of those goals. And that's when they put the scoreboard pressure on in that second term. There was just no coming back for Park Orchards. They've won 17 games this year. They've lost 1 game. To only kick 2 goals in the grand final, that's an extremely disappointing result after what happened in the second semi-final when you concede 8 goals in the last quarter of a second semi-final. And I think yesterday really clearly outlined that Neil Winterton out-coached Paris Harvey. He just did not have plan B and C ready to go. When the heavens opened up, it just all fell into Mitchum's lap.
One thing on a side note, I'll let you boys talk about the match because you probably saw more than what I did. I had other commitments. But one thing I will point, I love social media. And Mitchum put up a post back-to-back, just a simple post back-to-back.
Yeah.
Lilydale Footy Club commented on it, and I'll read it. It just said, "Congratulations on a great 2 years, Mitchum. Well-deserved. A club we look at with admiration." How good is that from Lilydale? And credit to them if anyone's listening. That's exceptional to take that time to write, and it means a lot to the footy, to EFNL and Mitchum probably.
And it is a club that is held in such high regard once again now after so many years or 15, 16 years ago.
2006, they were relegated from First Division, the old First Division, which is now the Premier fight. Now, and the thing was, Matt McCubbin stood up. He's been president for a long period of time. So if you're a club that's got aspiration and ambition to be a Premier club, and if you're going through hard times, that Mitchum is the template. So give someone like Matt McCubbin a call, because I'll tell you, he'll tell you what the hard times were like and how they really mapped out a strategic plan to get back. It took a long time to do it, but they worked on their off-field, their admin, their coaching, their development. They did a whole makeover of their whole club. They rebuilt it from the ground up, and you've got to acknowledge what they've done, and they've done it really well. And it's a great credit to everyone involved down at Mitchum, and they get an opportunity to play Premier once again.
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to Premier Division footy back out here.
Well, there's going to be a lot more tribalism with Vermont, Blackburn. East Ringwood again.
It's going to be rocking out here.
So there's going to be some huge games here next season.
I'm really looking forward to that proposition as well. But it is a tremendous achievement from this Mitchum side, who they can certainly make that waves in Premier Division next year as well, especially given what they've done in the last couple of final series in Division 1, Scott.
Yeah, they're so ready, just to, it was again, just so I was saying before, it's a little bit disappointing to see the finals played in those conditions and like it, but you just get that's the hand you get dealt, and you just play to your best footy that you can. I think they're ready for that step up. I think they've definitely got the capabilities, they've got the personnel, and they've got look, no doubt, like anything going up, but as a club, I think they're well set up. Not just on the field, but off the field as well.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to another ad break here on the Eastland match of the round. Brash, Scott, Spider, always a pleasure chatting all things EFNL. Looking forward to this big Division 2 grand final.
Boronia for me by 30 points.
I got Boronia 24.
Boronia for me by 19 points. We'll see what happens out here at Walker Park. We're going to go to an ad break here. When we return, we'll bring in the call team led by Gavin Casey and EFNL media manager Ryan Long for the Division 2 grand final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The 2024 Division 2 Grand Final is ready and set down for a result this afternoon, and we've assembled the call team to take us through the broadcast this afternoon. And to my right, one of the preeminent callers is our weekend specialist, especially in the finals. It's a good afternoon to you, Gav Casey.
Good afternoon, Wayne, and great to be again here on a Sunday. It's a beautiful day. It hasn't been a glorious springtime in EFNL final times, but this is a great day for footy. Slight breeze going to the scoreboard, and I would suggest away from the Maroondah Highway, but this is a great ground to broadcast at. It's a great ground to play at. It's not the longest, it's a 45-metre arc, but Boronia and Croydon, they've had two even matches this year in a way. I know it's one apiece. Boronia's only loss is to Croydon, and Croydon and Boronia at
if we
Boronia
can get all
on a rainy day
to start moving off the ground and make way for the next grand final, that would be lovely.
Thanks, Jared, stealing the show. But we've still got a big crowd on the field celebrating East Burwood's reserves victory in the Division 2 reserves. They had a great victory over Croydon. Croydon had been in all grand finals today, so it's a great triumph for the Blues, but not winning the reserves. There's nothing to suggest they won't have a great day in the seniors, but we are looking forward to a great game between a dominant side of Boronia versus the challenger, in effect, Croydon, coming against them, being the underdog today. What do you think of what's laying ahead of us today, Ray?
Yes, they're great to be here out at Walker Park in Mitcham, or Nuttawading as they call it now, Brash. But look, I love coming to finals out here. You know, no matter what division we've seen, you know, the lower Division 4, Division 3, Division 2, even Division 1. You know, back when it was the top division. Yeah, Mitcham were a force then, and so a lot of football's been played. Love this place. It really is. But look, great this game here before us. Like you said, two teams that have won one each during the home and away season, and we were out there today that Croydon knocked off Boronia, and but then. Look, grand finals, I believe any finals, particularly grand finals.
We might have to try to talk through it, but it is loud.
All finals, you start off 50-50. It doesn't matter
definitely.
what's happened during the season and that. But there's the couple of out, Croydon, with Rhett Jordan, that's a huge loss for them. Their captain coach,
How do you replace the 4 goals that he kicks on average every week, Ray?
Well, it's not that, but it's like taking
leadership.
It's like taking a major general out of an army squad, because he directs what's going on out there. And then Boronia, let's take nothing away from Boronia. Very well coached by Matty Clark, the reigning premiers from last year, but obviously didn't go up. So they're on a mission to get up into Division 1, and we'll just see what happens.
Ray, and Gav, one of the key differences, and I did mention this once again in pre-match, where I feel that Boronia really do have a big edge, is that rotation. I believe that, look, from what I've seen, I believe that Boronia have got at least 10 to 12 guys that they can run through that rotation. And I think that Rhett Jordan's going to have to be very astute this afternoon, with how he uses his rotations to get the maximum benefit out of his players. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, well, look, forwards are they're a big factor in any game you win. So they'll be looking for as I say, these two. I believe that these two teams are matched more evenly than what a lot of people think. We've seen the day that Croydon did knock over Boronia, as I said.
They won it out of the middle.
On their day, that's right, and it's anybody's game.
Well, the one thing about Croydon is that they have the ability to win in the contest, and if they're able to spread, then they can control the tempo of the game.
Yeah.
But there's going to be moments where Boronia, up and running, have got markers down the line as well, so they can control the game with possession as well. So that's the arm wrestle in effect. Can Croydon potentially maybe lock it up in the middle and only release the ball when they're comfortable to do so, when it's in their advantage? Or does Boronia get the switch transition going once they control possession and move it so quickly forward that they've got Croydon scrambling? Because Boronia have got 6 players who average over a goal a game. Some of them spit into the middle sometimes, but they have got goal kickers all through from midfield to the forward line. They've got goal kickers.
And one thing that Croydon midfield have to be very wary of, if they win the centre clearances, do they go down the corridor where Fraser Smith is down there? Because he's been the dominant player, probably, will be in the team of the year at centre half back for Croydon. He's a big factor there with his intercept marking and all that, Brash. So they've got to be very, if they come out of that centre, maybe they've just got to run that extra 10 metres to put it over the centre half back's head, because no doubt Fraser Smith's going to play a huge part.
Well, and that's the thing, that Begley-Smith matchup is probably going to be the key matchup, because on a ground like Mitcham, the centre half forwards can get lost very easy, and the ball will go over their head many times. So really, it comes down to how those centre half forwards position themselves throughout the contest.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, boys, this crowd is really building now.
It's massive crowd.
Well, we might get some ground reports soon. I don't know if the boys on the ground level yet. I've got a wave, and it's a great time to welcome to our broadcast team today, Ben Warren-Smith. What's the scenes down there?
Well, it's great to be down here, Gav Casey, and I'm down here with Blake Martin, and we've just seen the toss, and Fraser Smith has won the toss today. They'll be kicking down the hill, Croydon. That's with probably a 1 to 2 goal breeze going to the left forward pocket down here. So for all you at home, it will be Boronia kicking to the Maroondah Road end of the ground. But conditions down here look fantastic, Blake. It's a different picture from yesterday, and Melbourne's been kind to us.
I'll correct him off the bat. It's Scott, but we'll work on.
Scott.
We'll work on that today.
I
That's
asked Ray
right.
Ben, and I'm like, is Martin's name Blake? And he's like, yes.
We're off to a good start, boys.
Too
But
many
look,
beers going
it's
around here.
a pleasure to be alongside you.
Sorry, mate.
Great ground, and I've been here for the last final, and it was an exceptional atmosphere, and I'm expecting an even better one now that the sun's shining and there's no hail. So hopefully we get that on the cards.
There's a massive crowd in here as well, and the conditions are great. What we've seen in the first few games today is that is a little bit patchy. If you're down at ground level, you see it lush and green, but from above there's a few patches around. The grass is really short as well, so we've seen some players slipping over, but the sun's shining, it's getting drier, the conditions are great. We're in for a cracker, guys.
Yeah, it's great when the not on the same page. I said to Brash, I said, is that Scotty down there?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, maybe the beard threw him off a bit. That's right.
So the broadcaster team today, just before we get the anthems going, we've got the broadcast manager of the EFNL. Welcome to Game Day Broadcast, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Gav. Fantastic conditions out here at Walker Park. Was out on the ground. It's a perfect ground to play footy at, Walker Park, and I think we've got the two best sides. Despite Croydon not finishing second on the ladder, I still think they were probably the side most likely to get to grand final day and give it a real crack. So I think we're in for a good one.
There's some interesting haircuts in this photo for Boronia. Dean Grice is the backwards mullet sort of bare at the front, but a lot going on in the parties at the back there. There's a lot going on. He's not the only one with the haircut like it, but some great ones for the photo there.
Yeah, certainly right. But both sides are real primed for this game, and I'm sure you've broke it all down in the pre-game and the impact without Red Jordan. But he's going to play a massive part for Croydon as the coach of the side just off the field today. But looking forward to this one where just about to get way
On
for
behalf of
presentation.
the Eastern Football Netball League, welcome to Walker Park for today's Eastland Division 2 Seniors Grand Final between Boronia and Croydon. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. Congratulations and best of luck to both competing sides in today's decider. Officiating umpires for today's match are in the field, Damien Sully, Brad Condick and Flynn Adcock. In the boundary, David Woolley, Harry Green, Dylan Priestley and Daniel Grace. Goal umpires, Ashley Powney and Justin Hedges. I will now ask all to be upstanding with the players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
One of the best moments in a footballer's life. The moment he stands arm in arm with his teammates as the national anthem comes to an end before a grand final, a battle to come. The nerves are plenty, but the excitement will be at its highest for the players that have trained for a good part of a year to get to this moment, and it's all on the line. They could be a hero today, one of these players for both Boronia and Croydon. We look forward to a great battle. Boronia, the Hawks in the brown and gold, and we've got Croydon, the navy blue with the white emblem on the front. It's going to be a great game because, as you said, Ray, in reality there's not much between it. Boronia are the favourites because they are the premiers. They've only lost once this year, but the one side they have lost to has been Croydon.
They certainly have. And look, I just believe that all year I've said Croydon's the second best team in this competition. But okay, they finished fourth at the end of the home and away season. But, I believe, these are definitely the best two sides. Press, you'd agree with that?
Most definitely. I mean, look, like I said, they had a hiccup. But the thing is, in fact, it worked out well for them because those finals games actually probably played them back into a little bit of form heading into a grand final.
We look forward to the game starting soon. Let's look at some of those battles with our special comments guys here, Ray and Brash. We've got Boronia line full of stars, but Croydon also. They wouldn't have got here without some top talent. So let's go through the matchups you're looking forward to.
Smith and Begley will be a really key contest. As the other end, I've got a feeling that Jaden Collins will play centre half back on Riley Britton. I think that could be another potentially good matchup. You've got you've got Mallison and Brasher in the midfield. You've got the Hannons playing in various parts of the ground. Dodd and Everly have been very good finds in the forward 50 for Croydon, so they'll cause a few headaches too, Ray. So I mean, There's going to be some good matchups right around the ground.
And let's not forget the evergreen Dean Grice. He's played in a higher level. He's played in grand finals and all that, and he's going to be an important player. I'm going to tip Boronia by 20 points. I'll say.
Yeah, I had Boronia by 4 goals.
Yeah, I got Boronia by 7 or 8 goals in the record. I think it might be a little bit closer. As we're ready to go for the first bounce, Gav Casey, Division 2 Grand Final.
And the first ball up in the middle of Walker Park. The Hawks win the clearance, but the umpire's blowing his whistle. He'll give a free kick to the Hawks going to the Maroondah Highway end. So they'll have the first centre clearance. So it's a long ball from Malice. He tries to go long, but it doesn't come off the boot as he likes. I mean, chopped off at centre half back. It's in the hands of Nicholas, who does some good marking in defence. Nice sideways movements. And the ruckman getting back for Croydon. Long ball down to the outer wing here at Walker Park. Punch comes in, so the Hawks doing the defending as Croydon first on the ball on the outer side. Chappell tried to get it going, but it's going to be out of bounds. So Malice's kick came to nothing there. It was we won't put that down to nerves. He just didn't connect with his first kick from the free kick. And ball in, outer side, directly centre wing. No clear winner out of the contest yet. Ground level ball, trying to get it going. Is that Dower in position, or is
that's
Begley? I was thinking he's getting away from goals there. Begley, he's getting involved in the game. What sort of role do you think he'll have today?
Well, he's going to have to play an unconventional centre half forward role, I think, today. This ground doesn't allow a true centre half forward to play on its merits.
Quick play on position, gets Hawks inside 50. Grice got it forward, and the kick was a hopeful one. It finished up going into the forward line, and just getting the ball was Fairchild, but he gets the advantage of a free kick. Looked like it was over the shoulder as the defender was all over Fairchild, and it got to him on the bounce. So that's a disappointing defensive effort there by the Croydon player, and will give Fairchild the first shot at goal from the left pocket.
And he's one player, Ray, that Croydon are going to have to keep an eye on. He's a final specialist. He won the medal last year, and he could start off in really good fashion again this year.
The right footer from the left pocket. He just hooked it a little bit as he tried to spear it in, and it's a minor score. So we're underway in scoring for the Grand Final Division 2. 2 minutes in, Boronia, one shot for one minor score. Croydon yet to get it in their forward line.
So Fraser Smith to take the kick in for the Blues. He'll switch it towards the far side, and a long kick out of defence. It goes pretty much to the halfway point of the ground. Lake got a hand to it. Out the back is Ficcarilli. The handball forward. Finds a teammate there in Chappell. And it looks like that was out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary throw in far side. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Or on our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're tuning in from this afternoon on this fantastic Sunday. As the ball to be brought back into play. Hannon taking on Yule. Hannon wins out. He's able to pick this one up and throw it on the right boot towards the half-forward line. Mackenzie's underneath it. Falls into the hands of Fairchild. Takes on an opponent. Puts it on the right boot. Towards goal. Towards Robertson. Off the ground for the first goal of the grand final. Hawks 1-1-7. Blues yet to score. 3 minutes gone. First term Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
If our boundary riders, we've got a number 24 for Croydon out there. It's not on our list. Can you check that out for us?
Yeah. And just on the wind advantage, I don't think it's going to the Maroondah Highway end, but
well, it's going both ways. The kicks, there's no wind advantage by the kicks going either direction.
But the Hawks are getting all the clearances out of the stoppage so far, and their second entry in the forward line turns into a Robertson. Bit of opportunist work off the deck. Gets the first goal on the board. Another clearance for Boronia. Outer wing. Running onto it was White. He couldn't keep it in front of himself, so it's turned over only shortly as Malice runs through the pack. He's passing on the bounce. Fairchild tries to take on the tackler. Gets the ball to boot. Well, it's high up and under. Went about 2 metres forward, but the mark is allowed to be claimed by Croydon. And they'll get the defensive clearance. Under heap of pressure. Lots even more pressure after that kick. It's been chopped off by the Boronia harassment, but it's still not in control of anyone, really. Bouncing ball. Dool tries to work his way through the pack. A lot of players around the ball. Bounce the ball to centre forward. Britton gets a handoff. Now the kick inside forward line. No one home for the Blues. Last man in defence is Burgess, and he was unattended. The outnumber as Croydon brought all their players up to the field to win that contest. And now there's a Croydon player on the ground. I'm not sure if there was any malicious act around it, but unfortunately we've got a severe injury to look at, and all players will come together in their team huddles.
Might be Kane Dool.
So Kane Dool, who claimed the ball at centre back, dodged and weaved, and I hope that twisting action of trying to get out of traffic's not done himself some damage that will end his day, but it's not looking too good when the umpire stops play, behind play that is. And so we'll just take a moment, take a breath. Let's look at the score. 5 minutes in, it's Boronia 1-1-7. Croydon's first inside 50 was chopped off by Burgess marking. And now our thoughts go to Dool and what might be for him.
It's a typical opening 5 minutes of a grand final. Both sides very, very nervous.
And I know, and there's a lot of physicality as well.
Obviously, Bresh.
So, Scott, you might have something to say about that injury?
No, just on that number change, it's Daniel Matsayas, number 53, is now on 24.
Thank you.
And Dool, they brought the stretcher out, guys, so we'll get a better picture of what's going on. But he's in a lot of pain, and there's no way he's going to play any further part in this game,
BWS,
which is unfortunate.
That's a big blow.
Did you keep your eye on him when the play was developing? Was it a twisting motion of his knee or something like that?
It seems to be that way, Gav. I'm not sure if you guys get to see it on the replay or not, but yeah, it's definitely the knee.
And BWS are down on the boundary there. He's not just winded, is he?
Oh, no. You shouldn't be reminding of everyone of that. That is one of the great moments of broadcasting forever, Ray. So thank you for that moment. I cherish that moment where you called it.
Was in another grand final too.
BWS, what did he do? He's the punctured lung, was it?
No, I think it was a broken leg. It was sticking out at a 90-degree angle, and Ray said he was winded.
It was Hurd, wasn't it? Or Goff. Hurd or Goff for Fair Park.
Yep.
Well, some levity, but not for in terms of what might be for the Croydon player here, Dool.
Just see all the Croydon boys walking over just to say good on you, mate. We were going to do it for you. So I know Boronia seem to have got a little bit of their heads around the game a little bit in those first few moments. So this might settle things, break it up a little bit, and give Croydon, something a little bit extra to play for now that they see their mate getting carried off and on a stretcher, which is never a good sight to see.
Such an important player to their lineup too. Probably goes underrated, Brash, Kane, and it's not great to see. But
yeah, they're going to miss his run.
Yeah, they are
off that half back line because he's one of those players that has a little bit of speed and is able to break the lines.
Well, just for Rhett Jordan to think about just that entry inside 45. The fact that the ball was rushed in with no one in the 45 for Croydon might make Jordan just have a moment to think about how many players do you bring to the contest to sacrifice having someone there for the next kick. It went over the head of his centre forward, and it was only Burgess there for Boronia. So maybe Jordan's got to have a think about what's going on with the contest and how they get going forward.
And a lot of that is because the ground's slightly smaller than what most of them are normally to play on. So on a bigger ground, you can go up the ground a little bit, but on the smaller ground, that kick's going to come right into the forward 50. So they've got to be very careful of that.
Kane Dool just walked right past us through the gate. He'll be going straight into the ambulance and off to hospital. Definitely the right knee.
Thanks, BWS. As Burgess clears this ball out, Dower got a foot to it. Picked off here by the Blues in the hands of Dixon. Inside 54, Croydon. Big tackle laid by Duke. Ball comes out. Running through there is Mitch Mellors. Got the handball towards Dower. Big collision there with McKenzie. Finds the footy anyway. Got it towards White. Mellors. Front and centre. Duke couldn't quite pick it up. McKenzie went for it. Bit of a scrap here as the Blues try and break this open.
Might be nowhere. Looks like it's a little bit slippery underfoot. Both sides players are struggling to hold their feet here.
There's been a bit of that in the early stages of this game. Obviously a lot of rain yesterday. Stanley now. And a free kick here going towards Croydon. I believe, yes. Yep. It is a Croydon free kick.
That was ankle tap.
So the Blues have a chance to go forward through Carter. Carter loads up towards the hot spot. No mark taken. Collins clearing kick. Sparks is here for the Blues. Got plenty of time and nowhere near him. He's able to hit up a target up forward. Not quite. Mellors came in late. Ball comes out and the Hawks will retreat.
So Croydon, though, setting up a good wall, trying to get it going forward. Long ball. This might be a misdirected kick, and whether it was off the boot wrongly or the wind took it off the path of going directly towards goal, it's dribbled out half-forward flank out of bounds.
Boys, I like the physicality that Croydon's bringing to the contest early in the game.
Yeah, they've got a few times where they've at least in defence holding a good wall. From back, Yule tries to thump it forward. He couldn't get a fist onto it, so it's Malice working his magic for the Hawks, handing it off. Malice on the receive now. Might get back onto it, but they're sharing it at half back. Boronia trying to get clear. The late challenge on the kicker was indiscriminate. It might even be, well, is it a report or not? Yeah, the umpire's going straight to the player. Is it a verbal warning or a card? Because it was a definite moment after the kick, and it'll be Boronia with a long ball down to half forward, holds up into the wind potentially, ground level. Can the Hawks get it going through to the forward line towards Robertson? He has a couple of juggles that he might have spilled it just before he could be rewarded the mark, and he looks at the umpire and goes, I had so much of it, but I let it go. So Robertson, he knew he dropped it, and the umpire will ball it up 15 metres out from their goals. Croydon, they're just defensively knocking towards the boundary line and forward. Everly hands it off to a runner. The runner wasn't his own team, but the hand pass intercept goes to Carter. He gets it onto a teammate. The ball's been rushed and smothered, and it's really tight around the ball carrier at the moment. The hand pass is even getting chopped off by intercept players. So it's a fierce contest to get control of this grand final. 11 minutes in, Boronia 1-1, doing only the scoring inside 50. Begley's underneath it, pushed under by his defender quite nicely, and it goes out the back, kicked off the ground. It might be fortuitously falling to Robinson. Didn't even touch anyone. No, it didn't. So I've got to recap where the goal came from, because in the goal square, everyone danced around it, and it's there off the ground. Begley kicks it just to get it forward. Robinson on the goal line was hopeful to put his foot on it, and Begley's ball just dribbled away from him, delightfully so for the Hawks, but Begley's hopeful centering ball went through for a goal.
Well, you take the goals any way they come.
Great play there, great thinking too.
Yeah, well, he really was trying to get out of congestion, and he created a goal out of just kicking it.
So back in the middle again, 2-1-13, no score. If you just joined us, Kane Dool will be out for the rest of the game, off to hospital as Ficarelli tackled by Mellis back in the middle. It's an important 5 minutes here for the Blues just to steady this game. Hannon versus Ewell in the ruck, tap down, the kick forward from Carter towards the half-forward line. No mark taken. Dower at the back is able to get a hold of it. Handballed it off to his brother and Zach. Zach's kick falls into the hands here of Croydon in Dodd.
It's going to be important today, Dodd.
It certainly is, and he'll give it back to Dower. This time Dylan Dower. And Dylan Dower will
Eastland's own.
Go down the line. Yes, Eastland's still Dower. Out the back, it's Dodd again. Carter to put the Blues forward. Bouncing ball. Might go over the top of everyone. Tap forward. They've got the numbers here. If they can pick it up. They can't quite. Thompson got the handball in the hands of Ficarelli. Left boot. First goal for the Blues. 1 straight 6, Croydon. 2-1-13, Boronia. We played 13 minutes into this first quarter, and a very timely goal. And, of course, it's Ficarelli.
You can't give Ficarelli an inch, can you, Brash?
No. 2 yards and he's gone.
Yep.
2 yards.
That's a good answer for Croydon, because as I said before, I like their physicality. You know, they were 2 goals down. Now they're back into the contest.
Cross.
Let's go boundary side for comment.
Interesting to see that change there when they kicked the goal. Boronia have made 4 changes, including Max Brasher, who's just come on the ground, and Croydon none, which is odd for a real stoppage like that.
Here goes a clearance for the Hawks, and it's that man again, Mallis, getting a driving ball. Gets it to centre forward, looking for hand pass received. None coming from Noops, but it goes directly to his full forward and Begley, or centre forward, sometimes full forward Begley, because Robinson's playing out of the goal square, and Begley takes a nice chest mark with a defender right on his hammer. So Mitch Mallis, he's exciting when he gets up and running, and he's so good with the passes and so quick that he was almost had a hand pass received coming his way. But nice footwork by Noops to find Begley on the lead. So Begley from 40 metres out, 45-degree right-hand pocket. He's just going over the line now. Puts it to the right post. He's curling it back, and the goal umpire says, I'm not moving. That's a goal. Signals the third for Boronia. Begley's got 2 now, 1 off the deck with a bit of fortune. That one was a beautiful kick from a set shot. It's Boronia 3-1-19, leading by 13 over Croydon, who are 1 straight 6.
And for a first time in a couple of weeks, that wind had no effective over that kick. The last few weeks we've had the wind to deal with, even up to yesterday, but that was a perfect kick right through the middle.
And that's the worry for Croydon. They just cannot afford to. Ficarelli, you can't give 2 yards. You can't even give Mallis 2 yards, not even 1.
And Begley up forward as well. He's already got 2. So just a few warning signs for the Blues. You just can't see them if they give up a 4 to 5 goal first quarter. It's just going to be very hard. So they've got to stick with them. You've got to be in this game at half time if they're to win the grand final today. Tap down from Noops. Ball going nowhere again, so we're going to get a ball up as we go down to the boundary with Scott Hardy.
Just one match-up with James Smith down in that back line against Ben Robinson. Ben Robinson, a much, much bigger player. They may have to look at changing that depending on how it goes out of that if he's going to hold that goal square.
So the Blues get a short kick forward. Again, we're going to get another stoppage.
The one thing whilst Croydon are attacking the ball, but I'm really happy with the amount of numbers that Boronia are getting around the contest as well.
Yeah, certainly right. The kick was smothered here. Dodd. Again, it's going nowhere. So we've played 16 minutes in this first term. It's 3-1-19 Boronia. Croydon 1 straight 6 for the Division 2 Grand Final. Promotion up for grabs this year, unlike last year. Brasher got the handball. There's Collins. And they break through. Grice over the top. Finds Jello towards the boundary line and over and out.
But the thing is, the other thing with Boronia, when they're getting rid of the ball rate, they seem to always have 2 and 3 around that next contest.
Yeah, Croydon, if anything, are probably too many are going to the contest. As you say, Boronia's got a couple outriders.
Noob's front position, ruck contest. Wins a Boronia's way, but dropping it in. The kicking action was Brasher. So turnover ball goes to Croydon. Croydon go inside 50. The bounce of the ball doesn't suit the Blues. Boronia just quick to defensively put it on the boot. Malice there, hand pass over the top now to his teammate in Hare. Hare's now sprints on. It gets to Duncanson. Duncanson trying to hit up the leading option. Robertson, that was smooth. And the fist pump from the kicker in Duncanson was delight at how he just put it in front of Robertson. He didn't have to break stride as he took the chest mark out in front of his hapless fullback. And Robertson will have a shot from 30 metres out. Let's go boundary side before the kick.
Had the best position in the park there. That was smooth transitions. Just cool heads under pressure as well and just got the result. Needs to put it through.
So from the clearing quick kick from the defensive area, it went from Malice over to a running teammate and Duncanson in open space. Hit up Robertson. Robertson, it's drifting with that bit of wind that's there. You can't put it towards the left post because it's always going to miss with that drifting wind. And it's a minor score. Boronia now 3-2-20 lead by 14 over Croydon, who are 1 straight 6 points. We've travelled nearly 18 minutes into this grand final.
So Fraser Smith to take the kick in. We saw an earlier kick in before that covered half the ground. And he's going to kick it on that same side, takes a bounce, and no one in front of him, and just lows down the wing towards a Packer player. Lakes underneath this one, couldn't quite hold it. And going forward there, Britton just got the ball to the boot in time. Under a lot of pressure here. Lake dives on this one, gets a handball off to Duke. Tackled across the boundary line by Cosentino. And we'll get a boundary throw in far side. Great to see the crowd out and about today. It's a good crowd. Having a look at the numbers. Plenty of blue as well as the brown and gold. So a much better day for it, unlike yesterday. Tap down from Noobs. Stolen here from the Blues. They'll go inside 50 in the direction of Britton. Out the back was Lake. Got a fist to it. Duke first to this one. Ball comes out just in time. Vicarelli. And we're going to get a ball up. But for Croydon, it's inside their forward 50 and a good chance for their second of the afternoon. Vicarelli with their first. We get a ball up again. Snoop's got the tap down. Lake to clear this one out. It's all Croydon numbers, but they spoil each other. Under a lot of pressure, here's Nicholas. No free kick. Hegg will clean this one up for the Hawks. Inside 50, Robertson will lead for this one. Bouncing footy. Again, Blues with all the numbers. Mortimer to clear it out. Grice now for the Hawks. Went the don't argue. Just got the handball off in time and was slung after it and has earned himself a free kick. The veteran Dean Grice, legend of the Eastern Football Netball League, will send them back into attack again. Croydon with all the numbers. No one marked it. Dower snaps at goal, and the Hawks have 4. 4-2, 26. 1 straight 6. And that was Dylan Dower putting that one through for the Hawks.
Danger signs already for Croydon. You know, they've got to answer some of these goals or at least stem the flow.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side before the start of
Yeah, just miscommunication there and just need some calmer heads on grand final day there. They're just two boys, no talk, and then the spoil.
Yeah, it is the second time there in a quick succession. Once in the middle where they had a few guys going, not knowing who should be marking it.
Absolutely right. Good moment for Dildow. He's got his own business, Grow Club, which I'm sure will make his Instagram reel this week.
Well, it certainly might grow after that goal for Dower. The lead's growing anyway for the Hawks as the clearance goes forward for Croydon. Trying to run onto it is Carter. He's only trying to apply pressure, but the outer side, it is controlled by the Hawks. The Malice running through. And, there's a bit fierce on Malice there. He ran through the pack of the player and he got the ball rubbed in his face by the Croydon player. And I think that's fair for the umpire to say, just calm down. It's so unnecessary. And, there's 25. It was literally a ball rub into Malice's face. And I wonder why he would deserve that when he's clearly the best man going for the ball, trying to run onto it. And tackle was a bit indiscriminate. And he takes the free kick a little bit further down the field in the middle, goes long towards his teammate there in Hannon. Hannon can't take the mark. The punch does fall for the Hawks. Quick kick inside forward line. No mark taken at ground level. Begley couldn't get the second try at it. So the clearing kick for Croydon has been chopped off again. It's that man, Mitch Malice, looking at players to supply it to. Goes long. Robinson and Begley in the area. Robinson goes the punch as the last man into the contest. But there's a free kick at ground level for the defender in Fraser Smith. So he'll relieve some pressure. Will the champ backman for Croydon. He goes long and direct. Who's going to fly? No one for Croydon. So it's a clear mark. One again by White. So White at centre-half back will go long from the back of the circle. Long, high and up and under ball. Hoping for a marker. Ground level. Who's going to do the roving? They come from all directions. Picking up the ball was McKenzie for Croydon. He's relieving kick, hoping there's 2v1. But at ground level, can Croydon get some players to it? But seeing it over is Burgess, and it just shows that Hawks are reading the play well, and Croydon are late to every contest.
Fraser Smith might need to rejig his strategy. He's just bombing the ball long, and he's basically kicking it to a Boronia 2-on-1 contest most times.
Ground level, jumping on the ball was Thompson, but he lost the handle of it. It gets the help of Dodd just to wrap it up, and it'll be a ball up outer side. Scoreboard reads as we're into time on this first quarter. Boronia 4-2-26, leading by 20 over Croydon, 1 straight. So the kick goes forward for Boronia. Defence trying to hold up through Dixon. He's hand pass under pressure, sharing it out, and now they just bomb it forward. And bombing is the word. Well, the whistle went, so it's a free kick to Croydon, thankfully, because they had no one at centre forward to mark that one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's going to go back, I believe he's at McKenzie, and might be taking this kick. Set a wing for the Blues, trailing by 20 points. McKenzie, the short chip forward, hits up a target in Pryor. Pryor now, long way out from home, back inside forward 50. Packer plays fly out the back, a chance of the Blues. Snap on the right, a bouncing footy. It's all Hawks numbers. Hannon's at the goal square, gets it off to Henry, and he'll exit the back 50. Towards a pack of 4. Fraser Smith for the Blues is the first one. Tackled by 2 Hawks, and that's the pressure you've seen in the first 25 minutes of this game. So we'll get a ball up on this centre wing in front of the Eastland logo. Can the Blues get the next one? Hannon got the tap down. Again, it's McKenzie who gets the ball forward towards the half-forward line. Collins doing very well against his opponent in Thompson. In and under. Ficcarelli has been around the contest all quarter and had a bit of an impact, but it's going nowhere, so we're going to get another ball up.
I will
coming
say,
up to the 25-minute mark.
I will say this, both sides are really committed to the contest here.
Yule does win the tap. It goes to the intercepting line with the boundary line, and it's out of bounds. 45 metres out from Croydon's goal. They'd love one just before the break. It won't potentially be a long quarter as we tick towards 25 minutes gone. So can they make something from this ball in? It's a long throw in. Suits Yule. He taps it forward. Malice first there, but he's tackled straight away by Carter. That's a fierce tackle that disposes Malice.
It was a great tackle, not give him push in the back.
Yeah, Malice was leaning into the ground, but he didn't ride him into the ground. Well done by Carter that time. Punch again comes from Yule. He'll do his own roving as it bounces back to him. Off hands. Does it fall for Christie? Christie has to go back for it. Now on the right foot. Snaps it towards the leading options. Nice defence there from Boronia. They might get it out. Long hand pass doesn't get all the way, so Breyer chops it off, but he's got Hannon there, the big man. He could have almost kicked it off the ground, but he decided to try to pick it up, and the opposing 17, Britain, does wrap him up, and it's a ball up 45 metres out from the goal. Hannon and Britain, they can't take a ruck contest if they don't get up, so they'll eventually, the umpire waits for them. Two other guys come into ruck, so it's now ground level. Ficcarelli tries to get out of a crowded spot. I know he's clever, but he's not going to get out of that maul. So has to hand it back to the umpire. Ball up again, 40 metres out from Croydon's goals. Hannon at ground level, couldn't pick it up. Trying to get it forward was Thompson. He couldn't get it through the pack of players. Hand passing it was Fairchild just to get it out of that direct congestion. And getting McKenzie gets his head over it and gets his head knocked off. But he's happy to take a free kick, 50 metres out, goes to the pocket. The most open part of the forward line is near the scoreboard, but he had to go so wide that I think he nearly kicked it out in the full, but thankfully Constantino just sees it bounce in front of him and the line. So it's going to be ball in, 30 metres out from Croydon's goals. They've got not much room to work with. I think Boronia know there's not much time in this quarter to go. Malice clearing kick, but it holds up in the wind. No mark taken by Smith. Ground level ball. It's bubbling around. Players are getting their head over it, and it's a White nearly gets it knocked off, but the umpire doesn't see it as such, and it'll be a ball in. Boronia do clear out of the direct scoring zone, 55 metres out from goals. Croydon just pushing for one more score for this quarter. They trail by 20. Yule gets pushed off it. Smothered ball from the clearing kick, allowing Nicholas to try to get it going from Croydon. Hand pass over the top. Christie can't run under it. Chopped off by Hare. Hare's hand pass doesn't go very far. Can Croydon get the next possession, which might turn out to be a shot? Ball flows out to Dower. Around the corner. Hawks clear for now. Just doing good work was Everly. Hands it over. Now the run might come from Croydon. The pass. They all slip over. This might be a slippery deck because Burgess standing tall takes the mark 40 metres out.
Let's go down the boundary. Ben Warren-Smith.
Yeah, as we said just before the game started, the grass is really short down here, so the wet weather we've had for the last couple of days does make it quite slippery.
Big contested mark here from the captain, Fraser Smith. Inside 50 again for the Blues. Can they get a mark? They haven't had much luck. Hawks will bring a lot of numbers to this contest and just hold it up. There's almost 28 minutes being played in this first term, so there can't be much longer. Can Croydon get a late goal here?
Probably lost 4 minutes earlier, though.
Yeah, you're actually right. That's a good point. So we've probably still got maybe 3 or 4 minutes left. Britain. Big tackle again. The pressure's been elite from Boronia in this first term.
This is why we got BWS here.
He's switched on, isn't he? Doesn't miss a beat. Ball up again. Britain. Got on the right boot. Bouncing footy. And no score. So still a chance for Croydon. There's still plenty of time on the clock, as BWS has pointed out. 4-2 to 1 straight. And that is, of course, if you've just joined us, Kane Dool out for the game.
There's more traffic in the forward line for Croydon than there is on the highway. It's really a crowded possession here. Duncanson gets some space to hand it off to the runner. Gets over to Hannon. He's third one in line, but then he runs out of space and time, and smothered ball goes out of bounds at half back. So even Hare and Malice couldn't get it going with Hannon. That's the only problem with the shorter ground is sometimes you run out of space. Christie underneath it, punches it instead of tries to take possession. Probably didn't realise he might have had more time. Hand passes are flying out. Now the clearing kick goes for the Hawks. They get it to half forward. Spilling the mark for now was Everly, and then trying to get some help going. Smith gets some help at half-back. Ball bundles to Yule. Yule's outnumbered, but the tap-on's clever. Now they might go running through Carter. Carter's hand pass into the corridor. Is that a trip on the forward for Croydon? Not seen. Kick around the corner for McKenzie. Goal line. Mark taken by Lake. Was that a free kick to Thompson, you think, guys?
No.
No, and the umpire said no too, so maybe you're all right. What do you reckon, Ryan?
Yeah, line ball.
I wouldn't have been upset if he'd have paid it, to be honest with you. It was 50-50.
So Ryan White, they've just been able to hold up really well defensively, the Hawks. Collins on this one bumped off the ball, and we'll get a boundary throw in again, coming up to the 30-minute mark of this first term. And a 20-point lead, if it stays this way, will be pretty pleasing for Matt Clark and the Boronia crew. Free kick's been paid off the ball here. Now, I think it's going in the direction of the Blues. Didn't see what it was.
I think there was a bit of byplay between Noops after that tackle on Collins.
Well, there you go. So Nicholas, I believe, is sent it into attack. And the Hawks have all the numbers here. Lake will see it out, but it looked to be a 3-on-1 contest, Ray.
Right. Look, I don't like the way they're going into their forward line. They've got to lower their eyes and try something different, because the back six down there for Boronia, they're just punching the ball. You're playing into their hands.
They certainly are. And the quality of guys like Lake and Burgess. Here's Mellis. Tucked into a pocket on the boundary, got off to Stanley, to Dower, and there's just quarter time siren. And it is Boronia with the quick jump, 4-2-26 to the Blues, 1 straight 6. Gav Casey with the goal kickers in that first term.
Begley for 2 for Boronia. He got support from Robertson and Dower. The goal kicker for Croydon was Adrian Ficcarilli. Quarter time, it's Boronia leading this Division 2 grand final. 4-2-26, Croydon 1 straight 6. 20-point lead for the Hawks. We'll be back after a short break for the second quarter's action.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. Grand final day, Division 2 football in the Eastern Football Netball League. It's Boronia, the premiers in this division. Didn't go up last year, but they are good enough to have a peerless season. Only 1 loss this year, but they look to get the grand final victory again in 2024. They're going well so far. 4-2-26. Boronia lead at quarter time by 20 points. Croydon 1 straight 6. Gavin Casey and Ryan Long doing commentary. Ryan, well, we're the only 2 in the box, so let's talk about the game.
Yeah, everyone's left. And on that first term, it was a really impressive one from Boronia. Their pressure around the ball has been fantastic. Their big-name players have stood up so far. Begley's obviously kicked a couple. Robertson's got onto the end of one and potentially could have had another. And then Mellis through the midfield has been fantastic. And that back six has just held up so well. And Croydon are playing into their hands too. The amount of times they're kicking it long to those pack of players where you've got your Lakes, your Burgess, and so on, who will just pick it off Collins. And they've got to change that up going inside 50 because they've had their opportunities. They've had plenty of the ball, as we're joined by Wayne Brash and Ray Baird. So now they've got to make the most of it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. Look, they're playing into Boronia's hands. The way they're going into that forward 50 Croydon. Look, all is not lost, though. I like certain things about the way they're going. They haven't completely been blown off the park.
So we've got Scott Hardy in the boundary side.
Yeah, got Rhett Jordan, boys. Rhett, what a quarter, big, hard, and that's what we expected probably for a grand final.
Yeah, 100%. Pretty energy's up. The old, it's pretty fire out there, pretty hot. So sort of that's what you're looking at. Go, geez, I'd love to be out there, but it's really exciting. And thought we got our hands on the footy a fair bit and had a few extra entries, just didn't quite capitalise.
Are you looking at sort of that entry? Obviously, you just missed a few targets up there and a few probably long kicks down the line that they sort of easily marked.
Yeah, just come down to us probably getting caught up a bit high up the ground and just not giving us the option down back and letting them have the extra in front of our forwards. So just got to make sure we negate that, get a bit of a dirty ball in if we need it, or just making sure that they don't get an intercept mark.
And your final message to the boys, you got them in a tight huddle there. What was your message to them?
Just that, it's one quarter of footy. It doesn't define a whole game. So let's just not look at the scoreboard and go, okay, it's over because we're down by 3 goals. Doesn't matter. We can 3 more quarters of footy to play. So scoreboards mean nothing. The score's reset.
Plenty of time. Good on you. Thanks, mate.
That was a great interview with the coach of Croydon, Rhett Jordan. But wouldn't he love be playing today?
Oh, they would love it. That's right. Look. I'll put one to you, boys. Mitch Mellors. Do the Croydon get to the stage now where they have to put a tag on him because he's had a heck of a lot of the football?
Can't tag him.
Well, you've got to at least try, Brash. You can't just let him keep running wild.
I know, but who's the run with player that could...
Well, that's what I'm asking
I tell you what they got to stop doing is just rubbing the ball in his face after he wins a free kick. It's just like, that's terrible. If your concentration is on other things, man up then and work out a way to stop him getting the ball first. Yeah. BWS boundary side?
Yeah, massive crowd out at the Boronia huddle with Matt Clark at quarter time. Look, they're really happy, and why wouldn't you be? Kicking against that breeze, really happy with the ball movement, but especially the pressure, the tackling pressure, the forward tackling pressure, the general pressure. That was a big one. Lots of talk, which they're wrapped with as well. It's all happy days over at Boronia at the moment because things are going their way. They want a lot of handball running receives this quarter and just make Croydon earn it as much as possible. They're working in numbers. They're doing that well. They're up and about.
So they should be. Thanks, BWS. It's great work by our boundary riders. Spot on. What did you think, Brash, of Rhett Jordan and his words coming out of quarter time?
I think he's got to... They basically have to erase the first quarter, even though they're already minus 20, because they're going to have to find a way to get back into the contest. Because I just sort of feel like they're just not getting enough numbers around the ball, but they're not finding enough continuity. Like they're not able to string, handballs and any sort of running play together.
Well, it's interesting. They sacrifice, if they get players around the ball, they sacrifice the players going forward. So it's robbing Peter to pay Paul at the moment, and also they need to get a handle on what Mitch Mallis is doing out of the stoppages. Let's see how they go to the Maroondah Highway end. Croydon versus Boronia, who going to the scoreboard end, and it reads pretty with a 20-point lead. Again, hand pass from Brasher gets it going for Boronia out the middle. Grice nearly ran onto it half forward, but it's been chopped off and turnover for Croydon. Get it out to the outer wing. Disputed ball. Dower's in there. He's got some help from Hannon. Hannon tunnel ball gets it to the advantage of the Hawks. Long kick drifts out with that wind. It's a bit of it's an outer side wind, and any ball that's close to the boundary will go out of bounds. This time it went out on the full, so it's a free kick for Croydon.
Yeah, we've seen that happen quite a few times in the first term with the Blues. So as they exit their back half, down the line again, it's Begley standing strong. Got the mark on the second juggle. Looks to use the corridor, has Collins. Can't quite take it, follows it up. As Dower gets the ball forward to the half-forward line. His brother's there, couldn't pick it up. A chance for Dixon to get involved for the Blues. It's Collins again, and back to Begley. Begley long towards Robertson in the pocket. And Ben Robertson already has one. And he's certainly a big chance from here.
Well, does he look to pass it off or...?
Oh, he sort of... He seemed
Please,
to look
he's
at
a full
first,
forward.
Yeah, I know.
Go the old-fashioned Malcolm Blight check side.
Well, when you've kicked 39 goals in 11 or 12 games this season, you're going to take every set shot you can. And Ben Robertson will line up here for goal number 2. And the Hawks 5th. The kick is straight and it's good.
He's happy.
No, it's not.
No,
it's
he's
hit the
not.
post.
No, it's just missed.
4-3-27 to 1 straight 6. I got fooled by the Boronia crowd there.
This is one short lesson for you. Never believe the attacking team when they declare. The goal umpire's the one who decides.
That's
and
right.
he didn't move much, to be honest with you, though, did he?
No, and I think that's what lulled everyone into a false sense of security.
So McKenzie's happy enough to have ball in hand at fullback. Runs out of the goal square. Kicks it long, broadcast side. Haven't seen much of it on this side. No clearing kick again. You'll tunnels a hand pass. Now they get it moving. Christie's on the end of a chain of hand pass. Open goal square as Ficarelli runs with the flight of the ball. Will he beat the bounce of the ball? No, he won't. So from 60 metres out, that kick that was a hopeful over the top, allow Ficarelli to run onto it. The ball just kept running and it missed to the right.
What was lacking there? He had a teammate running beside him or just behind him. He could have run another 25 metres with a bounce and maybe even kicked the goal.
So Burgess, long clearing kick, finds Hannon, got off to White. This is great transition footy off to Hare. Hare now in the direction of Robertson again. Was he pushed? He was in the back. Ben Robertson will have another set shot.
For such a big guy to fall over so easily.
Yes. But the transition was just first class from the Hawks there. That was too easy.
It was difference between the two sides. When Croydon went forward, they never looked like they were going to get a goal. And then come back the other way, just more skillful.
Certainly right.
Makes it really interesting when you get hit on the rebound and there wasn't a Croydon player within 10 metres of any of that chain of possession.
That's right.
Ben Robertson, as we said, just had the last set shot. Has already got 1 for goal number 2. He will bend it back. It's through the middle. Robertson's got 2 and the Hawks have got 5. 5-3-33 to Croydon 1-1-7.
Nice.
3.5 minutes played, second term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's go down to the boundary. Ben Warren-Smith.
What's really refreshing to see as well from a big forward is that he's going back and he's kicking right through the football. Drop punts from each side of the goal face there, and that one going straight through the middle. Loved seeing that sort of stuff.
And BWS, you wouldn't have seen on the, we've got it on screen now. He's having a long chat to the goal umpire about how close the previous shot from the pocket was. He's laughing because I think he says, I think he got that wrong. But in good spirit, the goal umpire's taking and saying, I know better. But anyway, the second attempt at goal within a minute for Robinson goes through the middle. There was no doubt about that one. So he's laughing, he's happy as Boronia is now 26 points ahead. 5-3-33 leaving over Croydon. 1-1-7. Rucks go at it. Hannon versus Yule. Yule come late into it, jumped at it, but he couldn't clear the area. So we'll go boundary side again. Scott Hardy.
Just a few things as well, just from that huddle earlier. Aidan Thompson switching to a wing position, and also a stats 15-9 in favour of Croydon for tackles. That's on their stats. I know we don't have Paul, unfortunately, today, but one for you.
So there'll be another ball up just after that. It hasn't cleared a huge pack of players. Yule went early, so Hannon taps it out to the wing side. Not cleared condition. Clearing kick, though, goes the way forward for Boronia. But there's again Fraser Smith. Just stood under it.
Gee, the lucky they got him.
He took the mark on the chest in the end as everyone flew around him. He short kicked. He's been quite good, getting a lot of touches, is McKenzie. He goes out wider, hoping for Pryor. Pryor does take the grab after the late punch by Burgess. Doesn't spoil. Burgess has got to come back on the mark, and Pryor will set up from half back. His options are evaporating, so he just goes long and direct, hoping for and finding Britton, who just judged it nicely. He drifted back and forth in the contest, and he read the flight of the breeze and the ball. But his kick was wobbly and right, and that didn't use the breeze very well. It just went off the side of the boot, really.
Should have moved the ball on a lot quicker, though. He had runners going forward. Just kick it into the open space so they can run onto them.
Too slow.
So out on the full, he was only going for a 10-metre kick too. Smith's going to be underneath it. He was uncontested. He will allow his teammate Nicholas to get it. But Smith probably didn't realise, well, no body contact probably threw him off in that marking contest, and he's disappointed in himself. Centre wing, ball up. Boronia with a 26-point lead. Croydon try to work themselves into it, trying to win as many contests as possible. Stanley stands up in the tackle of McKenzie. That means the ball's just bobbling around a pack of players. And Hannon versus Dodd. Dodd hands the ball back to the umpire, and we'll get another ball up. Centre wing, broadcast side of Walker Park. Grice, the champ, he gets a hand pass out of the tackle, gets it to Begley on the run. Begley bounces off 1 or 2, gets a kick. It's going to suit the good courage from the Croydon defender there. Nicely done by Nicholas. He had to go back with the flight. Didn't know if there was going to be any contact, but it stood underneath it, took a mark. Short pass finds Chappell. Still at defensive 45. Another short, centre back. They're trying to use the corridor. Drop mark's going to put a heap of pressure on Pedinella. He's been harassed out of it. Gets back to him. He spills it. He's having a bad moment. Might be a turnover moment. But Hawks aren't able to capitalise. So lucky for Pedinella, who lost the handle twice. But he was hopeful of getting through the middle.
I don't mind what they were trying there with it, because they weren't just bombing the ball forward. They were trying something a little bit different, although it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think in his mind, Pedinella sold himself twice. He knew where he wanted to get to before he even started the journey. Yeah. Again, it's Nicholas taking the mark. The kick forward by Hannon, and Nicholas is setting up nicely at centre back. He's got a kick to James Smith, who will have it at half back.
So James Smith, broadcast side. Big pack of players to fly for this one. Fraser Smith ends up with it. We'll get a ball up right on the car sales logo. 7.5 minutes played, second term, 33 plays 7. Sort of similar scoreline to the first time these sides met before Croydon had a bit of a charge. Dodd got it back to Yule. Yule towards the half forward line. Lake and Britton going at it. Dow ends up with the footy, gets the handball to Henry. And he'll go towards the corridor. Out the back is Hare. Collins for the Hawks. Socket off the ground. And it all ends up in Collins' hands, who loads up from 40. And it's danger signs now for the Blues. 6-3-39 Boronia. 1-1-7 Croydon.
Very opportunist, that kick, though. That could have gone anywhere. It could have gone anywhere, and it could have rebounded. But that's the thing. Boronia, when they commit numbers forward of the contest, the ball just seems to go their way. And sometimes you've got to make your own luck, don't you?
Well, I was going to say that, Brash. It's luck, but you make your own luck, and that's all there is to it. You take it every time. But you can't see Croydon even getting a clearance from any of the stoppages.
Yule versus Hannon. They nullify each other with the fist at the ball in the ruck contest. Back of the pack. Croydon do win it out of the middle. But that's enough back again, standing tall. Great mark there by the defence of the Hawks. Got another short on. So it's in the hands of Duke. Duke, that's enough back. His kick might drop short of where he wanted it to, and chopping it off was Thompson. Thompson out of wing. He might be quick to play on to try to create an advantage. Leading up, hit up. Britton gets underneath it. Ground level Duke again will mop up, but he's taking on the tackler. How will the umpire interpret that on the outer side? Half back for the Hawks.
That was high.
And it's too high for Duke. Yeah, he did take on the tackler, but it was riding him over the neck. The tackle, his short pass hits up his teammate in Lake. They've been very solid in defence of the Boronia side. Lake goes long to centre forward. Jostling. Again, Croydon nearly spoiled each other. Dodd, well, the fist come in on the top of him, but he did have a fair claim. And yes, the umpire had to agree. The mark was solid there by Dodd, and he got dragged.
The mark wasn't paid. It was ended up being a push in the back.
Oh, was it? Oh, thanks for that, because
Collins just been yellow carded.
It was a sling tackle. Yeah. That's why the yellow card.
Yep. I was just going to say that was a very, very...
Well, we saw this yesterday with Jake Parenti.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just to recap, as I was saying, Dodd had a fierce grab at it, but his own man sort of spoiled his own marking attempt.
I don't think he had first touch. One of his teammates did. He come in the second touch and then tried to claim the mark.
And because it wasn't a mark, Collins came in and slung him to the ground, and that's earned him a time off the ground. And the short passes are going around now for Croydon just to take a little bit of control. Long ball into the forward line. Where's their players? It's Hawks going down at ground level now, trying to control it to Fairchild. Over the top, trying to get a runner in the middle through Malice. Oh, no, this time it's Duke. Duke again bounces up with the ball, getting in front of Hannon. Hannon just desperately trying to get onto the run of it at half forward, but he just sees it get away from him and out of bounds. And even... they've got players in the contest, and then at ground level, they're mopping up beautifully too, are the Hawks. Didn't finish up with any run-on ball for Hannon. Yeah. But again, they go forward. They've probably dominated inside 50s again this quarter. 6-3-39, they lead by 32 over Croydon.
So Stanley got the handball to Duncanson, tackled by a couple of Blues. Mackenzie's in there. Ficcarelli, probably been two of their better players in the opening quarter and a half. We've played 11 and a half minutes, and it's 6-3 to 1-1. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Mellis barges through, got the handball off to Stanley and towards the direction of Robertson again. Well spoiled this time. There's a free kick, and it could have been off the ball.
It's the Croydon.
Back, it's a Croydon free kick. So the Blues will take this at their back half. Just waiting to see who's going to be taking the kick. And it looks like it might be Jake Christie. So again, they're really under the pump at the moment. In fact, it could be Thompson. It is Thompson. So Thompson, the short kick forward, and mark's been taken. Constantino.
Second possession for Constantino.
And he goes for the short chip to Dixon.
What sort of kick
forward.
was that?
Didn't really give him much to work with there.
Well, you got to start hitting targets if you're playing the short game.
If you can't hit a target from 15 metres, you're in trouble.
Dixon, of course, the inclusion for Rhett Jordan. Hasn't played a senior game this year, but such a quality player. It's great to see him out there. As the ball goes forward again for the Hawks. Pushed aside. Jello puts it on the right boot. And it's Fraser Smith standing in defence to take the mark.
He hands it off, gets it back from his teammate in Everly, takes a bounce. He's probably got a second in him. He might have, he's going to run away with the third. Then he just got it too excited or too anxious that a trailing defender will catch up with him. His hand pass didn't find his teammate. So it's in the hands of Dower. Dower hands it over to the other Dower. Dower to Dower. His kick is high up and under, bounces away from Yule. And it again falls in the hands of the Hawks as they load up an inside 50. Bouncing ball doesn't suit Hare, but it might suit Hannon, who hand passes over. Hare fell over just as the hand pass got to him, 15 out, and Croydon desperately punch it over. Some of the footwork might have to be changed here because Hare was in box position if he could just keep his feet from Hannon's hand pass, but it all comes to nothing for the Hawks. Minor score 6-4-40. Croydon desperately holding on at the moment, 1-1-7.
Boundary.
We'll go boundary side before the kick out.
How's the effort by Fraser Smith there? Captain's run and then run back. Sorry, what?
And it's a turnover into the hands of Dower. And he'll go the short chip inside 50. Brash is there. Snap on the right is to the right. And it's out of bounds on the full. So no score. 6-4 plays 1-1. Let's go back to the boundary. Ben Warren-Smith.
Yeah, just on that Fraser Smith run, that's twice now he's moved the ball along the wing position, grandstand side, and tried to take on too much responsibility, do too much with it, and he's coughed it up as well. He's got to use some options that are there for him.
Yeah, he's probably getting a bit frustrated, I think.
Yep. I think he's trying to make something happen, but it's not happening because he just hasn't had the support up the field.
Yeah, and I don't mind it, actually. Just they need that run. They just haven't had it like we've seen when they played against Templestowe. They had all that run, but they've just got nothing at the moment.
So the Blues back out of defence again. They're still just holding on barely at this stage. 40 plays 7. You feel like the next goal will make it extremely hard going into half-time. Britton got the handball. Down the line it goes. Pry is there for the Blues. He'll pick it up in front of Lake. Goes backwards to Ficcarelli. Has a bit of time to make the right option and hits up a target. So towards half-forward, it's a poor kick. And it's turned over again. Duke will play on right away. He's got numbers around him. Gets it off to White. White back to Mellis. Mellis will go to Duke again. Getting past a few. Finds Jello and back to Brasher. Brasher now in the direction of Duncanson. That ball will bounce kindly, almost, not quite, out of bounds.
There is a bit of carry with that ball going down into the into that end for both sides, and I think both sides have really had trouble judging the actual wind in this quarter.
Probably a big opportunity went missing there for Boronia when they were running out of defence with numbers. They had lots and lots of options.
Everyone wanted to stop because the boundary throw-in went 5 metres behind the ruckman. Grice was like, do I claim the kick? He handed off to a teammate. And now Croydon on the back foot have held up quite nicely in defence. Trying to go one hand back with the flight was Lake, but he lets Croydon come in. The other 11, Carter, tries to run on, but he's swooped upon with tackles. And it's a fierce battle on the outer wing.
They just can't get anything clear on their half-forward line, Croydon.
It's not really, the bounce of the ball's not suiting him, but you shouldn't be relying on the bounce of an Aussie rules football. They need to try to keep some control with their kicks. And again, a kick misses target. under heaps of pressure. It's out on the full going forward, and Lake will take he's pointing over to a teammate to take the free kick, and it's Flanagan giving it back to Lake. So, yes, Lake, you have to take the kick on the outer side. And Croydon, they just either don't have the time or composure around the contest to keep possession. Flying for the ball, Croydon couldn't get it, but ground level, Grice throws it under the runner, and the runner's wide. Long ball from 50, loads up, goal! They're on the run, they're looking exciting, are the Hawks. White, beautifully played from Grice, handed off to him. He was flying like a jet, was White, and from centre circle, he runs to 45 and kicks a direct goal.
Ryan, the Ryan White of old, in his first year at Boronia, he came off that half-back line, and that's what he does best. When he gets the ball and he starts running, then the opposition better watch out.
Yeah. But there was no one in his way.
No.
Once he got the hand pass received, he just saw goals, and there was no one to put any pressure on him, but it was a beautiful kick.
And the one thing they did once again, Boronia, is they pushed all the Croydon players over one side of the ground.
And suddenly the margin's out to 39 points. Brasher got the handball to Noops. Noops inside 50 again. They might be able to just pile them on now and bury this game before half-time the way it's going. Hannon swung around on the right. High kick up and under. Begley's underneath this one. At ground level, his hair tackled by Christie. Grice in this contest, and with coming up to the 18th minute mark of this second term.
They've certainly upped the ante.
They certainly have.
Upped the ante, Boronia, haven't they?
And it probably could be an even bigger margin because
right,
they've just dominated this term. Hannon against Britain. No clear winner out of this, and we'll get another stoppage inside 50. It has been all Boronia. And it's been the flag that they're really looking forward to because it's the promotion that's up for grabs today. Tap down again from the Hawks. Clearing out of this was Evely towards the boundary line. Not going to pay deliberate boundary throw-in.
Not on that one.
So on the far side, it's 7-4-46, playing 1-1-7. Boronia leading, coming up to the 19th minute mark of this second term.
So Boronia, once they get up and running, they're exciting. Croydon have yet to get out of the starting blocks, really. There must be a wall in front of them every time they do grab possession. As again, it's going to be a ball up, outer wing. Yule sets up nicely to win the tap forward. It sort of bobbles it way even further forward for the Blues. Tapping it in front was Carter to advantage. Thompson's in there and thereabouts. Pryor hands it off. This might set up for a shot. The ball again doesn't bounce. It just won't come into hand. Can Croydon pick it up and have a shot at goal? Again, a quick fumble. Kick forward was rushed. It only went 5 metres, and the Hawks again will leave through a clearing kick. Battle for the ball, 1v2. You can guess that outnumbered was Christie. He jumps on the ball. Players jump on him. He might be penalised for jumping on the ball. He was hoping someone might be too fierce and jumping in his back, but Stanley was too smart from that. He waited for him to gain possession, and he sat on top of him to claim the holding the ball. Hannon goes against 2. He's not going to win that battle of numbers, so it's going to be a mark for Croydon. Doing nicely again is Nicholas. Got the short on. He again couldn't hit the target. Fairchild running from the back. Gets the hand pass over. Malice has quickly got onto the ball. Grice running with it. Just couldn't get it into his reaching arms. Now the hand pass goes to Pedernella. He can't find a teammate out of sight. He almost kicks it towards Duke. Allows him to run onto it. But Duke runs out of space under pressure. And it's out of bounds, out of wing. Well, they just can't hit targets, Croydon. That's the story for their day so far. 7-4-46, they trail by 39. Boronia leading this contest. 7-4-46, Croydon 1-1-7. 20 minutes gone, second term.
Well, they've got to hit the scoreboard if they're any chance of making a comeback here before half-time. Grice got the handball to Brasher. 2 Blues to tackle him. As we said, it's into red time, so they'll be very happy going into half-time, the Boronia camp. 7-4 to 1-1. Hannon the tap down. Mellis again. This time tackled by Carter. They've just been dominant in all areas of the ground at the moment, Brush.
They have been, and Croydon are really struggling to find any momentum. That's nearly a sling tackle, that too.
And that was Sparks on Dower.
It sets up a debate for later on, not now, but the tackle, what's the future of it? Like, what? Yeah, almost. You can't bring him to ground with you.
There was a terrible one on Friday night in the Port Hawthorn game that got called, but Yeah, it's an interesting one as this ball comes out to Zach Dower. Again, another big tackle, and the ball's going nowhere on that far side.
Just on that tackle for a minute, I'd rather the umpires be more cautious and go the other way, and you do finally get somebody that is badly injured.
Yeah, I think we're all at that, but we need to redefine it so the players are on the same page.
So Grice got the handball forward. They link up again through Flanagan and Dower and Begley. It's a beautiful kick. And the lead-up target this for the Hawks, 8th.
The smile on his face is quite disturbing for Croydon, I think.
The run and the handball receive at ground level is first class at the moment by this side.
They're playing like a Div 1 or a Premier side, and they have done so all season. And that's why they've been the benchmark of this competition now for a couple of years. And Begley lines up and has hit the post. So it's a minor score, 7-5-47, playing 1-1-7. 22 minutes gone, 40-point margin for the Hawks.
So Mackenzie will do the kicking out duties again. He usually likes to take a bit of a run before he gets it going. So he's looking at options. He doesn't really have a short. So again, he comes out right pocket and spears a pass. This time he'll find Nicholas. Like the game of Nicholas, he's just getting into good space to...
Yeah, he's had a good second quarter, Gav. I agree with you there.
He's taking marks. This time it's trying to go forward that he's taking the marks, not to just defending. Long ball. It's a huge pack of players. And again, a Hawk stretching their arms, taking the mark is Lake this time. And they're winning the aerial battle. They're winning the running battle. And the score's on the board. Long ball inside 50. Comes out of the back of pack. It's going to be dangerous. Hannon hands it off to Begley. Begley rushed as he was kicking from 30. And the tackler does a good job to take him off his kick. And it's going to dribble out of bounds, right pocket.
Begley had White running alongside him there. Just another hand pass and it would have been a goal.
But again, Croydon sucked into marking contests, 3 of them. And when one of them is not marking it, they had no one at ground level. Smother comes in for the Pedernalla doing the groundwork, but Grice working some magic out of side. His hand pass didn't quite hit the target, so a disputed ball. Nicholas again has to take on the tackler. Will he be penalised? The umpire says play on. Brash, we'll get a comment from you because you seem disgusted.
I think he swallowed the whistle there, Brash.
Did Brash swallow it?
So no free kick either way. Whatever happened, the tackle on Nicholas wasn't holding the ball. Croydon will clear this time as it comes out of the back from the ball up. Mark taken again from the tall player in
Henry.
Henry's got it at centre forward. Left footer loads up a long ball. Robinson late pushed over, you reckon? He got knocked off his run at the ball. Luckily enough for Croydon, it beats all contenders for the mark and it goes out of bounds right pocket.
Yeah.
Brash, what do you reckon?
The once again, Boronia have really built that wall around that midfield centre half forward, and really Croydon just can't get it out. And then what Boronia are doing, they're just tackling at will and putting Croydon under immense pressure.
I reckon Britain has to set up to be an outlet kick, because they've got no one to go to, be it wing or half forward, at any point when they're trying to clear the congestion. They need some markers or just someone to make a contest that holds it in. Trying to get out of the pack there was Brasher. Ball flies out, flying shot from the right pocket, missed everything. No score for Boronia as we approach half-time. They still lead by 40, 7-5-47. Croydon 1-1-7.
And Brash, as we talked about pretty much all season, Croydon aren't a high-scoring side, so a 40-point margin feels a lot bigger than what it actually is. It's just hard to see where the goals are going to come from, and particularly when they've just been so dominant. It's Jared Lake again, who came into the side after a bit of an injury. Inside 50, the kick was good. It was cut off, though. Chance for White to just punch it forward. Hare, wrapped up. This will be gone. And well tackled. Mackenzie will take this with the Corey variety. So Corey Mackenzie looking for Pryor. The kick had to be good. Couldn't quite hit him. It's now Hannon with the footy. Goes backwards to White. White, who's had a pretty impressive second quarter. Standing underneath this is Fraser Smith. In fact, it's Darcy Yule. And that was a courageous mark and just had to be taken as I believe it's 25-metre penalty. So can they get a late goal? There's 26 minutes gone, second term. They've only had the one for the game through Ficarelli. Yule inside 50 and the Hawks with the numbers, but falls out the back. They've got someone there. It's Lake to get the handball towards the boundary line. Dower. And off to Hannon. Just got it away. And now it is over the line and potentially a missed opportunity for the Blues. Again, their inside 50 work hasn't been great, Gav.
Yeah, the structure, geez, Jordan's a big miss when you think about it. Even before the game, you knew it, but it's just looking so big. Yeah. Just giving them structure. Now forward to Pryor, leads up at it, has a jump at it, can't get his two hands wrapped around the ball. Defence holds up. Oh, that's dangerous. We're reacting in retrospect and not saying, but the Hawk player had his head over the ball and they came from front on. Too. And he got his head knocked off, and probably back into his body. His head just sort of, hopefully like a turtle, he can bring his head out of his shell. Yeah. Malice.
Right. Not quite sure that's how it works.
That's Malice again, and that happened, remember, in that game, in the home and away game, that exactly the same sort of thing happened, and he was taken out of with concussion.
They played him behind the ball a little bit in the second quarter.
Yeah, I think they wanted to, the talk of a tag, they wanted to take that out of the game. The clearing kick, punch comes in from Everly. He now gets onto the ball and spears up a pass. Here's a mark inside 50. Big moment for Croydon with Constantino getting on the end of it. And he was wide open just because Everly did well in the middle. Probably intercepting, marking attempt. Ground level ball, got it to Constantino.
Probably a bit of arrogance by the defender then, running around the man on the mark and turned the ball over.
So Riley Constantino, 34 goals this year. This will be an important one because if there's any chance Croydon have got fight back, they want to be less than 40 points behind at halftime. Long ball from 45 metres out. It's close to the line. Didn't it get the distance even? So from 45, no score from Constantino. So Croydon only 1 point for the quarter. At halftime, it's Boronia leading by 40 in this Division 2 Grand Final. Boronia 7-5-47 leading Croydon 1-1-7. Just quickly through the goal kickers before the main break and the team come in to talk about the first half. For Boronia, Begley's 2, Robertson 2, 1 each to Dower, that being Dylan Dower, Collins and White, flying goal on the run. The only goal kicker for Croydon is Ficcarelli. It's 47-7. Boronia lead this grand final by 40. Let's go for a short break before we talk more about the first half of this Division 2 grand final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the EFNL Match of the Day at Walker Park. It's Division 2 Grand Final day. We've got Croydon and Boronia. And it's the Hawks up 7-5-47 to Croydon 1-1-7. A dominant performance in the grand final by Boronia. And welcome to the halftime show. With me, an esteemed panel of gentlemen who've been watching this game. BWS, one of our boundary riders, Josh Ward and Matt Spiderley. Gentlemen, welcome. And how have we seen this game? BWS from ground level, what's it been like to see the dominant first-class performance by the Hawks?
Oh, to be honest, they look like a first-rate unit at the moment, Boronia, and they're going to take a lot of stopping and a lot of stopping to not win by a very big margin out here at the moment. They're just linking up so well. They seem to be a lot faster as well. First at the ball, the pressure's just immense. The handball receives and the linking run is just absolutely superb, Spider, at the moment.
Yeah, it is. And I think the one thing that Matt Clark alluded to in the pre-game show was that they're using their voice, they're using their hands, but they're just using each other collectively, and they're giving each other so much time and space, and they just move the ball so efficiently, and when they get it into their forward line, they just score so easily at times, like just with that connection piece. So, and they're getting so much drive through their midfield guys, like Malice. They're getting and obviously Begley's just playing an outstanding game. They're linking up well through the half back line with their rebound, and they're just not giving Croydon any chance to move the ball with any purpose. So that's been the real fundamental, thing that's really the standout in this game. Their intensity around the ball is just so much cleaner and more effective.
And Josh Ward, it's not just been their attacking display, it's also been their defensive prowess as well. The pressure they've been able to put on Croydon, not allowing them to get any sort of movement forward, and also pushing them towards the boundaries fairly consistently, and setting up their own intercept marks and attacks from there.
It is remarkable the pressure that Boronia have put on this Croydon outfit. It's almost at a Division 1 level, and almost alike to what Mitcham were able to do to Park Orchards during the entire Division 1 Grand Final yesterday. They're not when they're going inside forward 50, they're just, their deliveries are so inefficient. And
they're hitting the targets. Yeah.
And Boronia, they're finding targets with almost ease. I mean, Ben Robertson, he should have more than 2 goals. He could have 3 or 4 goals. He missed a couple of good opportunities, and they've still got the likes of Josh Beckley, who's obviously kicked the 2 goals as well. But then you get those midfielders, Mitch Mellis in particular, Cooper Duncanson. There's just, again, it's that wide range of options, that versatility, which has been so prominent for Boronia, not just this year, but last year as well, BWS.
And in the football game of chess, they're just being really smart because they're actually thinking that play ahead, and they're getting themselves into position really, really well at the moment.
Yeah, they're making things really difficult for Croydon. They're really just, with their aggressive nature, they're really forcing the turnover straight away and then just punishing them on the counter punch. So that is what's really the difference in the two sides, the skill level, but just the thought process through what they're doing collectively. So it's going to be really hard work for Croydon to try and turn this around in the second half.
And that's one thing that Matt Clark spoke about in the pre-game, that forward momentum, and that's been on full display for Boronia in this first half.
It feels like it's more than a 40-point margin, really. Yeah. And not only because Croydon aren't a high-scoring team, as I think Ryan mentioned during the call, but also because Boronia just have been that dominant. The one shining light, I would say, for Croydon is their defence, the ability to occasionally disrupt the aerial contests in Boronia's forward line. Fraser Smith being chief among them, and Nicholas as well, I feel like has been.
Well, they're getting numbers back. They're getting enough numbers back, but sometimes they're just probably not communicating efficiently enough. Right. And there's been a couple of instances there where there has been the ball where it's dropped to ground and it's cost them on the scoreboard. But they've just got to be a bit more efficient with their communication and try and get some run in their game, a bit more purpose through the midfield with their connection, and particularly with their contested ball numbers, which are well down on what normally is.
Ben Warren Smith. I was just
going to say, I'm just thinking, like, what can they do to, like, get that spark? But what they need is some targets up forward. And I don't know what they need to do, but I tell you what, maybe throwing with the breeze this quarter, maybe putting someone like Darcy Ewell, who we know's taken some big grabs around the ground. They need a target up there. Yep. Maybe even throw the captain down there as well and put that pressure and the onus on the rest of the team to get the ball down there. They need some class inside that arc to be able to put some scoreboard pressure on.
And don't just dump kick too, because when you shallow kick in, makes it very hard for the forwards to have any chance of competing.
And they need someone like an Adrian Ficcarelli to just get it inside that forward 50. Matt McKenzie, who was pretty big in the last couple of weeks as well. They need to get it into their hands because they're usually pretty decent ball users. Or if Fraser Smith is an inside forward 50, get it into his hands as well because he's just an elite kick as well.
Exactly, and I found it kind of interesting to see Fraser Smith's game because he does seem like he's just trying to break the shackles a little bit. He's taken on a bit much, but I think that's okay. I think that he's just trying to do what he can to will his team towards at least some sort of better transition, better ball movement to push them further down the ground, and I can empathise with him. It must be a frustrating situation to be one of the only ones keeping his head when everyone else is losing theirs.
And he's being closely really watched as well. Like, he's obviously one of the, if not the best player on the Croydon side today as well. So he's been closely watched. So he's got one or two watching him at all times and chasing him down. So there's a lot of pressure on that. I just don't know. It's like the way that Boronia are getting back at the moment and finding that position and that extra running and players getting that in that drop zone. Like, it's really hard just to even hit up a target for Croydon at the moment. They need to change something up.
Yeah, they're just being outworked physically, but they're also just being worked out athletically as well. They're just really running and making it really hard with work rate, and they're doing a lot of chasing at the moment. They've done early in the game. Their tackling pressure was okay, but that just showed that they were second to the ball, and that's a big difference in the game between the top side all year and the side that's been chasing.
Well, gentlemen, need I ask for tips?
No.
Well, it's going to be Boronia. We just want to see Croydon win this quarter, be competitive, and just work their way into the contest. And who knows, at three-quarter time, they might be able to just chip away at what the margin currently is.
And it's exactly right. If they can win this quarter by three goals with the breeze, they'll go in with only a 3-goal or so deficit, and that still gives you a spark. It still gives you a chance, especially if you've won the previous quarter.
That's very
true. A bit of belief as well. A lot of belief, in fact.
Exactly, and thank you very much for joining us on the halftime show. Gentlemen, thank you for your thoughts and your opinions. We'll be back after this for the third quarter from Walker Park.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Great start. I've got the wrong headset on. Welcome back to Walker Park. It is Boronia leading Croydon in the Division 2 Grand Final, 7-5, 47 to 117. A 40-point lead at half-time. Ryan Long, Gav Casey, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, as well as Ben Warren-Smith and Scott Hardy on the boundary. Ray, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on that first half and a 40-point margin. Do you give the Blues any chance of making a comeback?
No, looking at the way Boronia are going about the first half, look, you can't really be have any sympathy really for or give them any hope, Croydon. They're just being outplayed today. Look, Boronia have been very good. They've won in every facet of the game, you know, and the way they move the ball, they're very, very quickly. I can't see Croydon getting back in.
No, I'm with you on that. And Wayne Brasher, who's also in the specials chair today, it's been all over the ground, as Ray said. The midfield's been dominant. The back six, when they were under the pump in the first half, were marking everything, intercepting every Croydon inside 50. And then their forwards look dangerous in your Robertsons and Begley and so on.
Yeah, and the one thing also, too, that I've been really impressed is when Boronia have got the when they've switched the ball, they've basically hemmed and pushed Croydon over to one side of the ground and basically taken control and have been able to find a lot of loose players going on that fat side of the ground and moving into their forward 50. And the thing is, when you're already conceding 20 metres on one side of the ground, it's nearly impossible to make up that yardage because that's all you're doing, Ray, is you're just forever chasing.
You're dead right. And another thing what Croydon aren't doing, Croydon aren't bombing, they're bombing the ball into the forward 50, which isn't good. But because that's what they're doing, Baronia's coming over the back with the big punch. But Croydon's got no crummers in front of that patch to get that ball once it's punched forward.
So a lot to work on in this second half, and they're going to do it. One down, Kane Dool, we believe, is a broken leg, which is really unfortunate. So we send our best wishes to Kane.
The other thing too, Yule's got to start trying to give their midfield a bit of a chance because he's being really outclassed by Josh Hannon in the ruck. Hannon just seems to be outmanoeuvring him and being able to hit the ball to Boronia's outside runners, and it's creating absolute havoc.
So back in the middle we go. Second half of the Division 2 Grand Final 2024. Gav Casey.
Hannon versus Yule. Hannon uses good body work. Ground level Brasher. Brasher dribbles a kick out left flank. Running onto the ball is White. Grice there riding shotgun just to get it going forward out of wing. Gets it to the forward 50. No mark for the Hawks. The defence holds up nicely. First entry for the quarter. So it's a long way back for Croydon. Hawks again doing the attacking. Punch forward by Noobs. Ground level ball picked up by Nicholas. He tries to share it around, but they're under a heap of pressure. Nicholas again has to go in. Tackle to the ground by Hare. And they just can't get open space, open play going, can the Blues. Nicholas has tried his hardest. He's skirting around the pack. Yule goes there, can't win the battle against Noobs. Bit of a 0-0 draw as it goes out of bounds, forward pocket. Just in front of the electronic scoreboard. It's just out of picture now. We might just see the evidence of it. There's the 7 that Croydon are stuck on there. 40 points behind. Clearing kick. Goes to the middle of the ground. Punch forward from Pedernella. Does get to a teammate. So Croydon 1v1. Pryor in front position. Bodywork just couldn't win the battle. Ground level ball picked up by Duncanson. He's the man running back to the goal square. Got to help it Burgess. Burgess goes inboard to Malice. Malice, he dodges a shadow and he takes Pryor off his scent. Runs away from the pack and he kicks it to Hannon. Well, that's just star football from the champ as Hannon takes the mark with no pressure. Does Malice feel any pressure? Pryor didn't get it near him as ball goes forward. Ground level ball picked up by Smith. His kick didn't go too far. Again chopped off. Malice in there again. Hand pass goes out to Duncanson. Duncan's got support. Burgess and finding Dower. No, Hare. Spearing ball. Spears up again. In the way is Nicholas. He's been mopping up a lot. But can this kid keep the target? Putting a heap of pressure on Dixon. Ground level ball, still a fight for. It's going to fall out for the Hawks. Hand pass backwards. Finds White. White goes into the middle. Trying to get it going through Malice. Runs, bounce. Maybe a second. Middle of Walker Park. Small, short pass is fantastic. And he finds teammate in Hannon. Hands it off to the runner. Here go the Hawks again through Begley. And he was injecting himself into the play. And long ball misses to the right. He's disappointed in himself. He's got 2-2 today.
Gee, Mellis is just playing with him. The way he ran through there, the midfield, he was just playing with him.
Oh, he has been, and particularly in this first couple of minutes of this third quarter. He's already had probably 5 disposals in the space of 3 minutes as Croydon go down the line again. It's going to be cut off, and Flanagan back in towards the middle of the ground. Begley's there. It's picked off by the Blues. Can they use this now? Corey McKenzie handballs into space. Trying to run onto this was Christie. He's got Hannon to compete with. Dixon's there. Collins picks it up. Pressured by Dixon, who'll end up with the footy. Tackled by Burgess. Just got the handball off to Carter. Carter from outside 45. Loads up and misses to the left. So just a minor score for the Blues, but they hit the scoreboard first. Oh, no, in fact, Boronia did score behind before. So 1-2-8 for the Blues. Boronia 7-6-48.
So first inside 50. They're trying the hardest, Croydon, but it's just if there's no clear run coming from anywhere. So Burgess taking the kicking out duties. Hasn't had much of that to do. 1-2 for Croydon. Long ball out. High flyers go up for Begley ground level. Hands it off to Malice. He's got an overlap runner. Now Brasher tries to get it out wide to Grice. Grice on the bounce might pick it up. Lets his teammate get there first. Hannon gets it, spoons it out, and Grice just sees it go further than he would like, and he can't run under it. It's out of bounds. Grice taps Hannon with a high five and says, yep, the idea was good, but it's fine. We've got a good lead. Hannon, front position, the bigger Hannon. Gets it off to Brasher. Brasher's ground level ball smothered. Begley has a second attempt for Hawks. Gets it going forward. Goes over the intended. It's in the pocket. Croydon under heap of trouble. It's been stolen. Fairchild picks it up. Oh. He went a bit cute with the around the corner running from 20 metres out. He was on a bit of an angle. I could see what he's doing. But how about straighten up because he had time. Fairchild missed.
He had time, but he didn't know he had time. That was the problem. That's right.
Another minor score, 7-7 Boronia, 49, leading by 41 over Croydon, 1-2-8.
Blues towards the broadcast side, and two players compete with each other. Christie ends up with it, but Yule almost spoiled it from him. They still end up with the footy through Dixon. Down they go towards Pryor, trying to pick this one up. Kept it in front of him, picked off by Burgess, and off to Mellis. And look at the speed from Mellis, got off to Hannon. He'll get it back from Hannon. Mellis to Brasher, has Hare to his left, uses him. His kick was smothered. It's cut off here by Evely and off to McKenzie. Can they get him on the transition? Inside 50, the kick's a poor one and it's into the hands of Fletcher Duke, and they just didn't, the finishing touches just been so poor from Croydon. It's just hasn't been.
That kick inside 50, you'd been kick it to space. Don't kick it to the contest.
They've just played into Boronia's hands all day, so it's going to be hard to see a comeback. It's 41 points at this stage. White finds Begley. I think everyone wants Croydon just to be able to start this quarter well, get a couple of goals back on the board and make this a little bit more interesting at the moment as Ryan chompers White on the far side. Finds Hannon.
Is he Tony Jones like, is he?
Yeah, very, very much so. Old chomp. Inside 50 it goes. No mark taken. Fairchild at ground level. Christie here for the Blues. Tapping it towards the boundary line. Picked up nicely. Got the handball over the top to Dixon. Gets past his opponent, off to Mackenzie. Mackenzie now looking for Christie again, into space in front of him. He's got a couple of Hawks to beat, did pretty well. Now Ficarelli, inside 50, looking for Pryor. Mark not quite taken, still alive though. Puts it on the right boot. Tough angle from here. Bouncing footy through for a minor score. Croydon 139 to 7-7-49 Boronia.
The entry was a lot better than what they've had before. But
yeah, gave Pryor a good chance. That lead up to the ball. A lot of pressure on one man though. You'd like someone at ground level just in case.
That's right.
So Burgess taking some deep breaths as he's had to do a bit of defending lately. His kick finds a teammate, and Flanagan has got another short, or goes long down the line, hoping for Noops. Back position, nearly claims the mark. He was thinking he might be a spoiler. Jalla gets involved, hands it off to the runner. That runner being Dower. Dower now loads up a long ball down the line. Begley's there. It's got some support. The punch comes in. Hannon's going to feast on a ground level ball. Pushes off one, pushes off two. Might be tackled from behind. Still hand pass to Fairchild. In control of Boronia, but it's still a ground level ball in dispute. And it'll be showing off as Zach Dower picks it up and is escorted out of bounds. Under pressure, they're doing fend-offs. They're hand passing as tackled. They're just showing good composure are the Hawks. Croydon having to do a lot of the defensive efforts, and then going forward just haven't been able to get it going. Off the ruck contest, it's Croydon got it in hand, but the kick can't go forward from Sparks because he had one hand tackled, the other hand trying to get it to the ball. Wasn't a fluent effort, and it's gone out of bounds. Half back for Croydon, half forward for Boronia, going to the Maroondah Highway end. Rucks go at it. Hannon works front position. Yule in good position. Knocks it straight down to Malice. Got a hand pass to Hare. Hare from the centre half forward. Loads up a long ball. It's a bit of a flyer off the boot. It was a bit of a spiral because he felt he was rushed from 40 out, and it misses to the left. Minor score Boronia 7-8-50, leading by 41. Croydon 1-3-9. 8 minutes, third term of this grand final.
Fraser Smith again taking the kicking duties. And once again, towards the far side, pack of players like this. And again, the Hawks have got all the numbers. Flanagan out the back, couldn't quite take the mark. Cut off this time by Thompson. Forward they go. The mark is taken by Chappell. Chappell hits up the target. Still a long way out from home. The short kick inside 50. The Hawks have got all the numbers around this contest. Doing well, Costantino got the ball to his boot just in time. Dixon was there. And it's rushed through for a minor score. So 1-4-10 Croydon go to Boronia 7-8-50. No goals in this third term in the first 9 minutes.
Burgess again kicking out duties. Looks at all options. Boronia are good at the spread. He's not looking right. This time he'll go down the middle. He's got a tall option in Collins. Jaden Collins back on the field. But it's at his ankles and he can't pick up the ball. Goes off his feet as he tries to, and out of bounds, outer side. So Croydon doing some attacking, but haven't taken many marks inside 50 or 45 it is here. Hannon takes it out of the ruck, gets it to Dower. Dower loads up a long ball down the line. Again, they clear out of trouble, do the Hawks. Trying to get it going was Hannon, but Luke Hannon can't get it going for the Hawks again, so it's going to be a ball up centre wing. Yule wrestles with his opponent and the bigger Hannon, Mitch Hannon, or Joshua Hannon, should I say. And no clear possession, one out of the ruck contest.
Croydon are doing everything to try and bottle up the contest at the moment.
Yule again taps it out to the wing where the numbers don't suit anyone because has to beat a lot of congestion before anyone can get it going forward. Ball up again. Yule and Hannon. Ground level Fairchild. Gets it on the boot quickly. One man running into it, and it was an undisputed mark for Noops. He came from long to take the mark. His kick goes long. Knocked it off was Nicholas from the half back. His kick was trying to inject Ficarelli into it. He rushes his kick high up and under. Will it fall for the Blues? No, the only one reading it is Fletcher Duke in defence. And Croydon just could only watch on as he took the mark in defence. His kick goes out wide to the wing. Nicholas again sets himself up just after the spoiled attempt on White. Hits the ground, but it's gone out of the reach of Nicholas, and it's out of bounds. Centre wing, broadcast side of Mitchum's Walker Park.
Nicholas has tried really hard for Croydon to keep him in the contest, and he just hasn't got enough soldiers with him at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a good afternoon as Brasher will come out of the clearance and get it off to Grice, off to Dylan Dower, who's had a big afternoon himself. Jello towards Hare on the boundary line in front of Hannon. The bounce wasn't friendly for him. And now Croydon through Evely will look to escape, but they're still under the pump here. Clearing this one out is Smith towards the wing. That's a great mark from Zach Dower.
Have to clap that.
Incredible as he waits for an opportunity to present itself and finds Max Brasher the short option. They lead by 40 points at this stage, and they're happy just to control the footy back to Zach Dower. Both Dower's inclusions this year into the grand final side. And towards the hot spot, Robertson's underneath this, so is Begley. Couldn't quite take the mark. Out the back is Dixon for the Blues. Couldn't pick it up. Towards the boundary line, it will cross the line and there will be a boundary throw in. We've played almost 12 and a half minutes into this third term. It's still a 40-point lead, so neither side yet.
It almost seems like Boronia trying to bring too many players into the contest and maybe just going that one handball, one kick too many.
As Begley wraps up an opponent.
I know the old adage.
Another ball up.
I know the caring is sharing is good, but you can do it too much too.
Yeah, that's true. Punch forward here by Yule. Got it towards the middle of the ground now. Duke running onto this one for the Hawks. Stanley, Mellis, back to Brasher. Dower has a bit of space, has already got one. This one to the left, just a minor score. The Hawker Pigpen behind the goals would have gone off if that one went through.
Brash, what I would almost do if I was Medico, I'd open the forward line up. Just pace somebody out of the square. All the others get out of there and back him one-on-one.
Long ball, Burgess holds up nice. Again, he's great in the one-on-one contest. He mops up his own spoiling attempt and gets it to Grice. Grice at half forward just steadies play and says it's a full half forward line, and the short pass out wide finds Collins.
That haircut of Grice's looks like a reverse mohawk, doesn't it, really?
Someone's made a mistake somewhere.
Yeah,
That's
I'm sure
what it looks like.
Yeah.
But we won't diss him too much. He's been great today as the veteran champ. Long ball by Collins doesn't make the distance in the end. There is a bit of a breeze that does hold it up, and Britton hasn't had many touches, takes a relieving mark on the goal line. Would have missed to the left of the goals anyway. Short pass finds Smith. And he's got a short on and finds Chappell in defence. So they're just trying to be steady now with possession. Here's going to be another mark underneath it. He had plenty on it to Dixon, but the spoil come in late and is allowed to be a spoil. So play goes on out of wing. Picking it up is McKenzie. He's got time to look at options, but going in board finishes up being a dangerous kick because Noops is there to chop it off from centre forward. Puts a long wobbly ball into Robertson direction. He's bumped as he tries to mark ground level. Nearly a goal kick by Jello, but rushed, tackled from behind, from the pocket. He misses to the right. Another minor score. It's been all minor scores so far this quarter. They've added 5 of them, have Boronia. They're 7-10-52, leading by 7 goals in effect. Croydon 1-4-10. 15 minutes and we've seen 6 misses.
So Smith clearing this one out for the Blues. He's kicked it towards that side every single time, bouncing in front of Dixon and over the line.
Underestimated. Sorry, there's 3 to...
and it wasn't
so
touched.
8.
It wasn't touched either.
Doesn't matter, he run out the square, Bresh.
Oh, well, sorry about that.
Good point. We'll get a boundary throw in. Centre wing. Just waiting a bit of time here before the umpire throws it back in. I don't know if something's going on, if there's a blood rule or something. I don't know what we're waiting for.
There's
good blood rule. So we're about to resume. Mortimer comes off the ground. So we'll get a boundary throw in fast side. We've played 15 and a half minutes. And as we said, no goals kicked in this third term. 7-10 to 1-4. Back into play it comes. Noops in front position. It's going to be recalled, I think. So what can Croydon do in the next 10 minutes? You know, can you see it? Can you make a case just for them to start hitting the scoreboard?
You can't make a case. If you want to put a positive on what they've done, they've been very good for the 10 or 15 minutes of this quarter. That would have been fine if they're only a goal down, but they're not hitting the scoreboards. They stopped the scoring of Boronia. but they're
Correct.
not hitting the score.
It's probably the way they wanted to start the game.
Yes.
As the ball comes into space here on the wing. Front position is Thompson. Couldn't pick it up. And again, we're going to get another ball up. And
in essence there, Boronia weren't entitled to win a boundary throw in there. Croydon just completely messed that up again.
But Brash, it was a wobbly old ball. It wasn't right turning over end to end when it was running along the ground. So very hard to pick it up.
tap forward from Yule. Dodd now onto this one. It's a one-on-one contest. Duke versus Constantino. Out the back is Duke. The boundary line will beat both of them. So we'll get a boundary throw in, but it is deep inside Croydon's attacking half.
Duke's done a really good job on Constantino this afternoon.
Yeah, there's been a few players for Croydon that have hardly touched it. It's not an enjoyable day, grand final day, if you don't get your hands on it many times. Ground level ball, really dangerous, but a lot around him. No kick at goal. In the end, smothered ball. Help from Thompson went nowhere as great tackle came in from Collins. What can Croydon do? Can they grab something from nothing? Dodd takes it out of the ruck, puts it on the boot. Rush kick to goal is a goal. Is that a fire starter for the Blues? The big man had to inject himself and he said, I'll do it all myself. Grab it from the ruck. 30 metres out. He just had to put it on the boot and put it goalward, and it is a goal. 2-4-16. Croydon trail by 36. Boronia 7-10, 52, 17 minutes third term.
If anything was going to inspire Croydon, that's the sort of play. So look, they're not going to get back into this game completely, but at least they can peg back a few goals and make it look respectable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As the margin still sits at a very handy 36 points in favour of the Hawks, but the first goal of this third term coming the Blues' way. Carter out of the middle, the clearance forward. The mark not quite taken, but they're still able to keep this going forward through Chappell. Got it to Constantino. Went to the runner. Put it on the right boot. It was smothered by Burgess. White trying to clear this one out. Brash is there. Almost Thompson. Snapped on the right boot. Two quick ones for the Blues. And I believe that was Thompson.
Yes, you're right.
So suddenly they're out to 3-4-22 to 7-10-52. Two quick ones. It's exactly what they needed.
That's what they need.
Cross down.
Let's go down the boundary, Ben Warren-Smith.
And it'd been a bit stale down here at ground level. It's good to see the crowd get back into that. It does smell a bit like Cheech and Chonga behind us at the moment as well. And the canteen line's about 50 deep. But no, it's good to see the crowd get back into the game.
Oh, that's atmosphere for you, Ben. That's what you're smelling. It's, well, are we smelling a comeback of any sorts? Because Croydon, two quick goals.
Got to keep going.
I think pushing it forward and just trying to find space because they're not hitting, they're not joining up and getting fluent football. So just try to create from momentum. Get it forward. Be more optimistic. And that was a goal to Croydon, their third. Two in quick succession. Tackle flies in on Brasher. Brasher's been swamped. The umpire's letting... And you know what I like? Dodd into the ruck. He's now creating a bit of chaos.
Yep.
He needs some energy. It's what the Blues need. And maybe he's put Hannon on the back foot and all the midfielders around. Because Croydon are starting to win and they're high-fiving each other. They know Dodd is impacting.
Yeah.
Dodd goes up again, leaps into Hannon, creates chaos again. Can't be taken out by Brasher. Pitanella's not going to let him get away from him. So it's another ball up, and I reckon Croydon love repeat stoppages. Muscle their way back into this contest. Rucks go at it. Nil all draw. They didn't touch it. On-ballers have to get involved. No win.
Wayne, realistically, what sort of margin would the Blues really need to be within at three-quarter time?
20 points.
Hannon, big tap at the back of the pack. McKenzie just knocks it back to the contest. Here go Croydon again. Just getting it forward. That's the mantra of this effort. Get it forward. Let's see what we can do. It's in the hands of Britain. Usually dangerous. This time wrapped up at half forward. Hands it back to the umpire. Rucks will go at it. Now we're 45 out. Britain wins the tap. Ground level ball. Well, there's a over the shoulder because first at it was the Blue. And it's going to be picking up with the ball Chappell. So Chappell picks himself up with a free kick. Or was that... So it's Chappell at half forward, I think. Just going for a shot at goal from 45 metres out. It's going to drop short. In good position, Lake at the back takes the mark, Undisputed, as the kick went from 45, but there was no one really to contest it. Getting underneath it was Britton and co.
So Lake bringing it back, a bit of composure for the Hawks. With the Blues kicking the only 2 goals of this third term. We need a stoppage. The half-forward line here for Croydon. There is a bit of a breeze. I don't know, the boys on the boundary, if has this picked up a little bit in this third term at all?
Yeah, no, not really, Ryan. It might be a little bit, obviously, up higher, but at ground level, fairly calm.
Thanks, Scotty. As we approach the 22nd minute mark of this third term, 7-10 plays 3-4. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube for the entire 2024 final series. Fairchild forward, Flanagan in front of Begley, as well as Jello. Right boot, finds Hannon, not quite. It's cut off just in time by Mackenzie. And the Blues' intensity is lifted for sure in this third term. It's what you wanted, just to get a bit more intrigue into this game. Here's Chappell.
Yeah, I think it was Pettinella before on the other side, my bad. That's why I hesitated the second time.
So a ball up, centre wing. Hannon and Dodd to go at it. Dodd's been impressive this quarter, but he's given away a free kick to Josh, who's had a big game himself. There's Flanagan running past. Won't go for him, and the kick almost could have hit up.
They're not rattled, but...
all of a sudden, Boronia aren't hitting their targets. That's the pressure that Croydon's put on since those 2 goals.
Well, they needed to do so because it did look like it could blow out to a pretty big margin. Here's Grice out of the clearance. The kick towards Jello, couldn't quite mark it, went with the one hand. Fraser Smith, high kick up and under, not going to be 15. Collins grabbed it, went the kick and right into a Croydon defender's face. They look to clear this one out in front of Cosentino. Got the handball to the runner and Thompson. Thompson now inside 50. Britton's there. He's got Lake to beat. And Lake, as he always does, those one-on-one contests, just loves them.
Yeah. Those defenders right on that last line of defence, they're too tall. You can't bomb the ball in.
Yeah, he's been good, Lake, with some defensive marks. His kick goes out long. And Burgess, one of his partners in crime, just escorts it out of bounds, half back, so they're doing the job, but there does seem some momentum from Croydon, at least in every contest, and are rushing Boronia into their possessions. So this is a great little shift in momentum for Croydon, and I like Dodd, what he's been able to do in the middle. He's getting help. Ficarelli's nearly marked there for Croydon, but the ground level ball, there's still some numbers around for the Blues. Can they seize it? Fighting hard, both sides at it. Tackle flies in from Musters, and he takes his opponent to ground, and it'll be a ball up as Brasher has to throw it back to the umpire. Well, I'm not sure if you heard that on the one Brasher giving advice to another Brasher, but it's they're going to clear. Are the Hawks? No, bumped off the kick and bumped out of bounds was Hare. So it'll be a ball in from outside 45 for Croydon. Territory turning into some shots at goals. They've outscored Boronia this quarter, have Croydon. The only goals on the board this quarter, 2-3 to 5 misses. And now, who's going to win it out of the pack? Holding the ball decision goes against Mackenzie. And holding up nicely are the Hawks. This time looking at their options. They'll go long from half back. Smith in good position. He's got some help. He's got his teammate in Nicholas. Might have to give it back to Smith as he's tackled. Smith takes on tacklers. Nicholas goes back. They're the only 2 in there for Croydon. Though lucky that without support, they probably won a 50-50 because they were hugely outnumbered, Smith and Nicholas, but they managed to win and out of the bounds. So it's 45 out from the Hawks' goals. The undisputed ruck contest allows the smaller Hannon of the family, Luke, to take the ruck contest. He could have probably taken it with him instead of knocking it down. So a pack of players jump on the ball after his hand pass doesn't hit.
That's like a scrum, isn't it?
Yeah, well, let's hope they don't start kicking it out of bounds for territory like that other game. Rucks go at it. Josh Hannon does knock it down. Petinella's in and under. players go over the top of him, so it'll be a ball up. And this is what Croydon wanted out of the game, probably from the start.
Yep.
More stoppages. Don't allow Hawks to get it out and run it into the forward line. Now they're knocking it forward. This is a good tactic from them. If they can only get the runner. Here's the runner pushing off McKenzie. He had to take on the tackler with the kick, and that put him off. And reading it was Duke again. Duke, Lake, Burgess, and White. They're reading the play because they can see it all in front of themselves.
So towards centre wing, the mark's taken by the skipper in Burgess. Played 26.5 minutes. Siren can't be far away. And it's a 30-point lead towards the Hawks. So it was, I think, at the most, probably 42 points it got out to. But still alive. Dower got off to Begley. Begley in the direction of Robertson. Couldn't quite mark it. And he's given away a free kick, it looks like. So the Blues survive a late scare. Cannot concede a goal here. Smith. The short chip finds Nicholas. Can they get one of them? Oh, this is terrible. He's been run down by Robertson, and that is a disaster for Croydon. An absolute disaster. And Ben Robertson will now have a set shot directly in front of goals.
Yep. The problem then was he just hesitated. If he'd have gone straight away, he wouldn't have been tackled. He just waited that a second or so, and then he took off.
So the margin sits at 30 points. Ben Robertson will be kicking out straight in front of goal, about 25 out, puts this through, and it's back out to 6 goals. And right on the siren of three-quarter time, Ben Robertson lines up, likes it off the boot, and he nails it for goal number 2. And the Hawks move to 8-10, 58 to Croydon 3-4, 22 at three-quarter time, and that is it's actually goal number 3 for Ben Robertson.
Yep.
And that's a disaster for Croydon on the siren of three-quarter time. And the goal kickers so far, Robertson's got 3, Begley has 2, Dower has 1, Collins has 1, Ryan White has 1. And for Croydon, all single goal kickers to Dodd, Thompson and Ficcarelli. We've got 1 quarter left to play in the Division 2 2024 Grand Final. It's Boronia leading Croydon 8-10-58 to 3-4-22.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day at Walker Park, Nuttawading, the home of Mitcham Football Club, premiers in the Division 1. They'll be going up to the Premier Division in 2025. What a grand old club Mitcham are. But at this ground today, their home ground, it's Boronia, looking forward to their second premiership in a row. Can they go back-to-back? It looks likely. At three-quarter time, Boronia 8-10-58, leading Croydon 3-4-22, a 36-point margin for the Hawks. They got outscored in that third term, but the big moment was that if Croydon probably had any sniff, they didn't want that rundown tackle and goal to Robinson to happen just before the siren, because Robinson kicked his third and the 8 for Boronia. 36-point margin looks too much, but we're going to go down to the ground level boundary riders soon. We might have an interview from one of the leading lights in the clubs. Croydon are the first to break up. The message might have been short and to the point, where Boronia, I think Matt Clark is just trying to inspire one more effort, one more 30 minutes just to finish on a grand note, because if they don't do too many things wrong, this looks like a big margin, guys. 36 points for the Hawks.
You're right, Gavin, and I think, look, they were outscored by 4 points in that quarter, and for all of the effort that Croydon put in, it really didn't have enough impact for them to get back into the contest.
I know, Bresh, but from half time they had to do something.
Let's cross down.
Just to save a little bit of face.
Down to the boundary.
Out of the Boronia huddle at three-quarter time, and standing here with our senior coach, Matt Clark. Clarkie, it's 10 months ago you start the journey, and now it comes down to 30 minutes of football. What was the message to the boys?
I just keep going. I think they need the game to open up. We've got scoreboard pressure right now, ascendancy. We just need to take our moments when they come. Bit by bit territory. That was our theme for today. Take the territory, lock it in, bring pressure, and then nothing's changing right now. It's just a big 30 minutes for us.
Your tackling pressure today has been superb, and your handball receives, your run, it's been amazing. You must be so proud of the guys.
Yeah, I'm always proud of them, but we've built our game on tackling. We've built our game on contested footy, and we're just executing today. They want it. They're in real... They're in real headspace right now, but they need it and they want it, and I'm loving what they're doing, but we've still got to get the job done, right? So.
And it's not here to save it, it's here to win it, isn't it?
100%. I told them that then. We're not saving the game, we're trying to win a game. So we're all out attack, but we want to defend like we always do when we don't have it.
All the best.
Matt Clark, what a legend.
Great coach, absolute legend, you're right.
And boundary.
Let's go to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Had Rhett Jordan, and obviously clear message. Just nothing to lose. Just go full out and leave nothing behind. They're looking for a few changes with Constantino and Pryor, sort of pushing up and back from that forward line. But it should be an interesting quarter because they want to go full throttle as well. So hopefully a few goals and we get that contest.
Yeah, interesting for Croydon. They got their best mix in the middle. Carter, McKenzie, and Ficarelli under Yule. They'll be hoping to get centre clearance after centre clearance, hoping to go forward, get some marks inside 50s, get shots at goals, because they've got to get the scoreboard on in the first 10, or it's going to be party time for Boronia as they savour the last parts of this game. 36-point margin, Ryan. What do you think of the game so far and what's to come?
Yeah, I think that goal at right on the three-quarter time siren has just probably killed their chances. I didn't think it was likely anyway, because they aren't a high-scoring side. And as it's been proven, I mean, 3 goals up until three-quarter time, and now you're relying on kicking 6. You've got to double that. It just doesn't seem likely, but you never know. We've seen bizarre things happen, and they had a massive comeback against the Wave of the Blues a couple of weeks ago, so you never know. Back in the middle it goes. For the last quarter, Collins got his handball away just in time.
But the thing is also, too, time in possession, if they keep locking it up, it just keeps taking time and time off the clock.
Yeah, you're certainly right. Begley tried to clear this one forward, cut off by Britton. Inside they go. Cosentino's there. Duke's done a great job on him today. He ends up with the footy again. Clearing this one out towards Grice. Ball hits the deck. Collins got it off to Hannon, who's been massive. Got it off to Stanley. Stanley now towards half forward. Here's Fairchild almost competing there to take the mark. Deep in defence here for the Blues was Christie. Cut off by Dower, and we've got a ball up inside 50. 8-10 plays 3-4. And the Hawks are 25 minutes away from potentially jumping into Division 1 unless there's a late comeback here. Running onto this one is Christie. Out of defence they go for the Blues. Punch from behind from Lake. Dixon wanted to get it off to Ficcarelli with the quick hands. Carter goes backwards. Doing well there, Nicholas. And he's chased over the line by Dower, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Just a minute and a half into this final term, Gav.
And it's once again, Boronia are just playing the percentages here. They don't. Yes, they'll take their chances, but they're quite prepared to take the tackle and take the yardage.
Grice sharks the punch from Yule in the boundary throw in, gets it forward. Fairchild in front position, but it's knocked away from his grasp and it's out of bounds forward pocket for Boronia, doing the attacking to the scoreboard end. Scoreboard end is great for them. 58-22 they lead as they go for their second premiership in a row. One advantage of staying in the division with the change up of the new makeup of the league, 5 divisions. Looking forward to getting even numbers, 10 in each division. Boronia have been able to stay in this division for a second year, and when they do advance, they well and truly would deserve it. Begley gets a kick, smothered, but Fairchild picks it up off the deck. Bouncing ball bounces over Robinson and the fullback, and it misses to the left. Minor score for Boronia, 8-11-59. Leading Croydon 3-4-22. Another whistle. We've got a facial injury or more to Yule. Let's get some comment from boundary side.
Oh no, you beat me to it there, Gav. I was just going to say that's Darcy Yule coming off, but hobbling, trying to keep that left leg off. So I'll get back to you once he gets on the ground.
Yeah, he was holding his head, but it's come up with a proppy. Well, let's like that. Is it a knee, Scotty? Because yeah, he's looking rather proppy in that position there, isn't he?
He's no good. I'll get back to you, boys.
Okay. So we didn't see that in the commentary call, so we'll hope for the best for him. It'll be a terrible end to his day. Looks like he probably won't pay much part into this. Kick out goes towards Thompson outer side. He tries to run onto it, but he's got some heat on him, and the heat comes in with Begley sliding into the tackle. Malice is there or thereabouts. Dower on the outside of it. Pushing around is Flanagan, and Croydon only get numbers late. To call all those Hawks around one Croydon player is disappointing for Rhett Jordan. Ball in, outer side. Dodd sets up at Hannon. Big boy front position, knocks it down to Croydon though, and ball goes forward. Constantino can't take the mark at centre forward. Big punch out, leading towards it with Mutsars. He can't claim it yet, knocks it onto a teammate. Now they get it going forward. Chappell, quick kick off Pryor. Dower's in position, falls to Christie. Christie on the deck, no one in front of him, runs into goal. It's a goal to Croydon, but they're a long way back. 4-4-28, trailing Boronia 8-11-59. Well read by Christie, ground level punch came in and he ran to goal.
Probably the first mistake that the Boronia defence have made all afternoon. Too many players, no talk committed to the contest there.
Well, you never know. 31 points. It's still a long way back, as you said, but they had to kick the first one, and they had to do it pretty quickly. We've played 4.5 minutes,
they've given their supporters something to cheer about at the moment. You know, because the first half, there was nothing for them to cheer about, but since then they've been okay.
Been much more competitive in the second half. You're absolutely right. Back in the middle again. Hannon versus Dodd. Dodd trying to get a hold of this one. Ball falls out of that pack. Tackle laid by Dower. Followed it up by Stanley.
I'll tell you what, if they get the next one, it's going to be on.
Well, okay, it will. As we go down the boundary, Scott Hardy.
I'd say Darcy Yule's done for the day. He's icing up a left ankle, so it could be a left ankle.
They'll be down 2. The Hawks go forward. Just slipped through the hands of Fairchild. Out the back here is Nicholas, who's done well for the Blues. Got the handball off to the skipper in Smith and hits up a target in Corey McKenzie. And looks to play on right away. Want to switch it towards us on the broadcast side. Here's Riley Britton in defence. Has Smith, who's worked hard to get to this ball. Fraser Smith on the halfback flank for the Blues. Trailing by 31 points in this grand final. Last quarter, down the line it goes. Big pack of players side. Mitch Mellors couldn't quite bring it down. Dodd's in there and we'll get a ball up. And our proud partners, the Eastland logo. 5 coming up to 6 minutes into this last quarter. Hannon got the tap down to Collins. Collins the handball over the top, but the Blues have the numbers. Falls out the back though to Begley. Went the don't argue on the left boot. Inside 50, Robertson. Got it. And that's just beautiful play from the Hawks.
Just the strength of Begley then, just to push his opponent off.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just shows you the talent on this lineup.
Yep.
And that's why they've been the benchmark for 2 years now. They are desperate to go up a division, and Ben Robertson can put this result beyond doubt. 31 points at the moment. We're 6.5 minutes into this last quarter. He's already got 3. So for goal number 4, loves the big stage, does Robbo. And the kick on the way. He likes it off the boot, makes the umpire work for it, but it's a goal. And the Hawks are just about home, 9-11-65. Croydon 4-4-28, coming up to the 7th minute mark of this final quarter.
A great day's work there by Robertson. A goal in each quarter. That's what you expect out of your forward.
Yeah, and I think, look, like I said, they just seem to have all the answers, Boronia, and they have had for most of the day. There's still, like I said, Ray, you're right. Just when Begley needed to include him in the game, he managed to create something from nothing.
And Boronia and Robinson have got someone that Croydon don't have, someone who can take a mark inside 50, even though it's a hit-up target. They've got to him. Brasher, nice hand pass to the runner. Now they'll go from the back of the circle. Oh, just comes off Jallows. He was sliding into it. Kick goes into the middle. No mark for, but again, picked off by Collins. Rushes his kick. Begley on the bounce, takes it. Hand pass to Hannon. Hannon under a heap of pressure, rushes the kick, and Fraser Smith's in the way to take the mark for Croydon. But where will his kick go? That's the difference in the lineups. The continuation. Play on play has been better, and again it's been chopped off. Turnover as Duke marks it, and that's the story of the day.
I tell you what, he has to come into contention, I reckon, for best on the ground, Duke.
He's been incredible, and here's Robertson, another contender. Smith in front position. That's a great mark from the skipper.
How many intercept marks has Smith taken?
Probably
not as many as normal, but he's been valuable.
He's had a phenomenal year and hits up Mackenzie here on the wing, and has just been. He's the reason they're playing in a grand final today. They wouldn't have won all their finals without him.
No.
As Britton goes forward himself and finds Costantino. Far way up the ground. They've just got to go for it now. Inside 50 they go. Pryor's out the back. And that's a great mark if he's able to hold that. And that's Dodd. The juggling mark. Look to play on straight away. Got Pryor over the top. Bouncing ball towards the boundary line. Can he keep it in? Just got it in time. The boundary umpire disagrees. We'll get a boundary throw in.
That's down.
Let's go down the boundary, Ben Warren-Smith.
Just on Pryor, he's worked tirelessly today and they just haven't been able to hit him up on a target. He's presented so many times where the kick just hasn't hit him.
Yeah,
no prior opportunity.
No prior. Ball comes back into play. And we're going to get a ball up. 50 out from the Croydon goals, Gav.
So let's see what Croydon can get from this ball up. 45 metres out from their goals. Dodd sets up Hannon, so big, over the top. Knocks it down to Malice. He weaves himself, dodges his own shadows just to hand it off to White. White, long ball, misdirected because, again, mopping up is Nicholas. Goes inboard. Too fierce is the kick from Ficcarelli. Allows the runner to come in. Lake hands it off to Duncanson. He runs into a bit of a dead end. Hand pass over the top to Begley. He runs around his opponent from the left pocket. Loads up a long ball. And Nicholas sees it go over his head but misses to the right side. Out on the full in the end because it hits the point post, and Nicholas will take the free kick. Goes long. That's going to be misdirected. Flyer over the top. And the smaller Mackenzie was hopeless in that marking contest because two bigger boys wrapped themselves all over him. and it's now into, well, I'm going to say chompers.
White.
Because that's what White's got it, and he's got white teeth, has he?
Yeah.
It's White with the ball again, so takes the mark at 45, and you can see the big chompers coming to goal.
I'm going to let him know you
look
called
great
him
on the
there.
camera.
It's not me, it's his mate Ryan. So White kicks a long ball. It's high, it's long and straight.
Jump, 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 jump.
There it is. Celebration time as White kicks his second, and they've been fantastic kicks, and he let the ball float as long as he could by kicking it skyward as well as propelling it forward. Another goal to Boronia. We're getting towards party time. Boronia 10-11-71. Croydon 4-4-28.
Now, this game could go either one way. It's going to stay as a real struggle, or you can see Boronia starting to really put a few more goals on and run away with this game.
I think it's going to be a blowout in the end, just the way Boronia is just winding up.
Well,
just the turnovers are killing them.
Yeah.
You're right. It's just about party time for the Hawks. Out of the middle, Brasher to Stanley. Dower might be able to run onto this one if the bounce is friendly. He does very nicely. Inside 50 he goes. Cut off here by Smith. The mark is paid.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
No, he's paid the mark.
The
I think
umpire in the middle chopped his hand, he called.
And he's got it off to Nicholas. And both of those two players for the Blues have been pretty solid this afternoon. And a free kick's going to be awarded for a push on Billy Dixon, who, as we said, has come in for Rhett Jordan. And not having Jordan today has really hurt their chances.
Dixon's tried very hard.
100% he has. Yeah. His first senior game of the year. It was a great story to see him get selected this week, as Dixon has a couple of short options, chooses not to use them, and will look to use the corridor dangerous kick, but you got to, by this stage, it's now a chance for the Blues to go inside, looking for Pryor, long way out from home. And he has worked hard, as BWS has mentioned, long way out towards the top of the goal square. Can they get a mark? It's well spoiled from Mitch Mellis over the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in deep inside Croydon's forward 50. We've played 13 minutes in the final term. It's 10-11 to 4-4. And the Hawks will be into Division 1 next year. Dot out of the ruck, tried to get the ball on the right boot, couldn't. And instead we'll get another ball up. But they've been the best side for 2 years, and they've deserved a promotion. And I think there's 8 other clubs in this division will be pretty relieved.
I think they would be, Ryan. You're right.
They can't get a shot
well
at goal.
done.
Nice smother from the Hawks. That's the well done. And then they mixed through hand passes. Duke was involved. Off to the runner. Getting underneath it. No mark taken. And pretty disappointed with himself is Begley. Lets it out of his grasp. Allows Everly just to hold up in the tackle. So it's centre forward. The Hawks go again. Pushing forward. Knocked forward by Yule. Ground level ball, Collins gets it off to a runner. Malice gets a long spearing ball. Begley wrestling his way to front. The umpire sees nothing wrong with that, and the strength for Begley holds up 30 metres from goals. He's sort of just ragdolled his opponent away from the marking area, and he took a chest mark, and he's lining up for his third goal. Kicked 2 goals in the first quarter, did Begley. The one where he just kicked it off the ground and it evaded everyone for a goal early in the game. And then that set shot that beautifully rotated in. And we've talked him up about his set shots being glorious. This one is his third miss for the day. So 2 goals still on the board for Begley. And Boronia don't move forward by 6. It's Boronia 10-12-72, leading by 49 over Croydon. 4-4-28. So Begley missing the opportunity to convert what was a lovely mark. And a new
What's
ball.
happened? We lost the ball, have we? Over the...
But he got through the net, and it's gone out of bounds of the ground.
Well, Fraser Smith finally has a new footy, and he'll take the kick in here for the Blues. 15 minutes gone in this final term. He's been solid again, Fraser, as he goes down towards the corridor, and it's intercepted by Josh Begley, who missed the last goal. And that is a darting kick forward. Couldn't quite hit Mellis. Dower roved it and snapped to the left, and that would have been big
nearly
front of
snapped
the
him.
pig pen.
The kick nearly snapped him in half. That's why he didn't mark it.
It was a dart, absolute dart.
Kick out, trying to find a teammate in Sparks, but the late spoil comes in, and Jallo did well. They just telegraphed everything. They haven't hit one connection all day, it seems, Croydon.
No.
So at a defence, the defenders have done well last line, but it's been an insurmountable wave going forward for the Hawks. The kick out didn't clear long enough for Collins to claim the mark. So 45 metres out, he's taken down in the tackles. He was hoping the clearing kick by Britton would be considered a mark, but it won't be. So Hannon wins against Britton, knocks it to himself, kick forward, evades Hare. Now ground level goes out of bounds, saying Fairchild's trying to say it went off the boot and out of bounds on the full, but the boundary umpire says differently, and it'll be a ball in 40 metres around from Boronia's goal.
I'm going to set BWS the challenge, see if he can get my nephew as an interview.
Is he a good talker?
Yeah, he is.
Is he going to let the F-bomb down? Or
No.
No, Max wouldn't do that.
Begley around the corner. What magic! What magic from the ball up, boundary side. It was optimistic, and he's done something special from the boundary line. Begley, he makes the simple look sometimes difficult, and the difficult outrageous. He got it and made it look easy. So Begley from the boundary line, 40 metres out, curls around for a goal.
Well, that's as good as a grand final goal as you're going to get.
He didn't even look at the goal.
No, he didn't.
If he looked at the goals, he probably would have missed it. No, great effort there by. Look at Begley, he's class. You know, he's played at a much higher level than this.
Down.
And
Josh Ward came running in then as though, to watch the replay, it was almost as though Surrey Park were playing again.
So back in the middle it goes, 79 plays 28, Hannon out of the ruck. The kick towards Grice, bouncing footy, didn't suit him. It's all the Blues here. Grice still ends up with it. Dean Grice, inside he goes, direction of Robertson, bouncing ball, did it nicely and kicked it out of bounds on the full. 11-13, 4-4, 17 and a half minutes played.
Boundary riders wanted to say
something. Boundary, let's go down to the boundary.
I was just going to talk about that last goal. Absolutely electric. He's been struggling from a few from in front, but that really ignited the crowd down here. They're right behind him. And also a comment to Brash, I'll get your nephew on, mate, as long as there's a few favourites still in that box.
No, they're all gone.
I thought so.
Carter got the handball off to Britton.
Mate, we've
Britton
hardly touched them.
Uses his pace to go inside 50, and a great mark by Jared Lake in that defence.
He hasn't done too much wrong either, has he,
He's
Jared
done
Lake?
absolutely everything right until now, because it's cut off here by, it looks like Matseus, who changed his number before the game. This ball comes out to Duke. It's coming back, though. I still think it's a Boronia free.
It is.
Looks like it'll go to Luke Hannon. 18 and a half minutes gone. 11-13. Plays 4-4 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And they'll chip it backwards to Duke. Duke with a paddock ahead of him. Finds Dower. And he can run himself. He can take a bounce. Short kick to Fairchild. Last year's blue ribbon medalist. Inside he goes to Mellis. Couldn't quite bring it down. Grice at ground level. Went without it. Here's McKenzie. And you can look at Mellis's reaction in front of the pig pen as McKenzie turns this one over to Duncanson. It was cut off by the other McKenzie, who got it off now to Dixon. Bouncing footy.
That typifies
Duke.
Croydon's afternoon.
Just hasn't worked for him. Dower back to Hannon. The other Hannon's involved too, Josh. A lot of sets of brothers out here today. Stanley. And has got Chompers White with a paddock ahead of him. Inside he goes in the direction of Begley. Couldn't quite take it. He's got two to beat here. Might still end up with it. The boundary line will beat him. 11-13, 79, 4-4, 28. We're coming into red time now, Gav.
I just was thinking Begley's just trying to make it hard so he just can curl it around again.
Same spot.
Why take the mark? Get it on ground level. Rucks go at it in good position. Hannon at the back. Finds Hare. Hare puts it on the boot really quickly. Maybe too quick. And out of bounds on the full right side. So it'll be in the hands of Mortimer, who's had a big job today. He's been on Robinson all day, but Robinson a goal in each quarter has kicked 4. And that's why Boronia's lead has extended out. Marks inside 50s and shots at goal. 11-13, 79. Boronia Croydon only 4-4, 28. Finally gets back to Mortimer. who's got a short in the middle, finds Everly. He's tried hard all day.
Yeah, they have had a lot of tries, Croydon, but they've just not been able to find any continuity whatsoever throughout the contest.
All their tries are in the back line. James Smith's tried hard, but this is where it breaks down. And the tallness of the players like Fairchild just get in the way all the time. Robinson, front position. Well, he had a firm grip on it, but let us go. Ground level. Here's White. White hands it over. Hare's there. And he was about to put his hand up to celebrate, but the goal umpire said, you missed just to the right. So from 15 out, White decided not to have the shot, handed it over to the free Hare, and Hare misses. And minor score 11-14-80. Could have been a bigger blowout. Boronia 11-14-80, leading Croydon 4-4-28. Time on fourth quarter.
But I suppose, Gav, at the end of the day, if you're 52 points up in a grand final, you take it.
Oh, yeah.
I think if you're 1 or you're 101,
if
you
you're
take
1 point up, you take it, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
So Fraser Smith for the kick in for the Blues. He'll just go down the corridor.
But there's a lot more nerves, Ray, with a 1 point victory.
Yeah.
Hannon to Mellis. Mellis going backwards to find Luke Hannon, and back to Mellis. Uses the corridor now. Here's White. Long way out from home.
Any hope?
I reckon he's played his best game for the year today, Ryan White.
That's a great kick towards Robertson.
Oh.
Everything going right for the Hawks. The lead was perfect. The kick was spectacular. And now Robertson can line up for, is this goal number 5 if he kicks it?
Correct.
And that would put him in contention as well. But I think there's a lot of players on this Boronia side who will be a chance for a best on ground medal today. And the celebrations are just about starting out here at Walker Park as Robertson will line up for goal number 5, and potentially could have been even more. He's missed a couple of set shots. Robertson comes in, finger to the sky, and the Hawks are moving to Division 1. 12-14-86, Blues 4-4-28. And what a performance from this great team.
At the start of the day, it wasn't unexpected, though, because as we've said, Ryan, they've been the best side for two seasons, and they deserve to go up, and they're going to be competitive up in Division 1 as well.
Most definitely. I think also, too, the thing is, most, only good sides can average 105 points. Right, and that's what they've been averaging all year.
Yeah, that's great, yep.
Scotty and BWS, I've heard the Boronia chant go up. It's quite a nice feeling for the Hawks fans.
Yeah, it definitely is. BWS has gone walkabout to get amongst it, so he'll report.
Man of the people.
Yes, he'll report back shortly, I would say.
Get him to the pig pen.
The kick goes forward for Croydon, but again, no mark inside 50, but they'll scrap and they'll fight for this ball at ground level. Trying to get it going was Pitanella. He gets scragged off the kick. Now the run comes from Brasher. Brasher wanders his way through the middle of Walker Park. Tries to hit up Begley. Begley has to dart back off the lead. He might pick it up after Hare let it go. Begley from the pocket. You know how magic he can be. But from the right time, he misses.
But I think, once again, you just look at that piece of play, Boronia, they're still running. They are still running hard. Yeah.
And it was out of bounds, so Begley wouldn't have won goal of the year on that time, even if he did convert it.
It was a great out of bounds, though.
It was a great kick. Just wasn't going to be in the stat book. So ground level, Britton trying to get involved. He's tackled by 2. Grice takeovers the duties of the tackler and drags him to ground. Britton says, well done to you. It's one of those ones that takes him to the ground and you wonder where the umpire's interpretation will go. Hannon, Luke Hannon takes it out of the pack. Bouncing ball avoids Stanley. Robinson tries to tap it to someone. It was more optimistic than knowing. So the clearing kick goes the way of Croydon. And now they're off and running. Where's the next kick going to go to? It's in the hands of Christie. Christie just puts a ball hoping that Constantino would stand up for it, but he was down to ground. But that clearing kick's been chopped off. It's in Moosters, tries to get to the Pryor, but he was not to be seen when the ball wasn't an accurate kick towards him. And Burgess is out there to help. And again, they repel so too easily in a way to White. And they've just got the strength in defence. And Croydon have not been able to be precise. The big Chompers gets it forward again. Hannon takes the mark. Luke on the wing, loads up a long ball. Where's Begley? He's pushing off. Two grabs at it, drops it, picks it up himself, tries to run through 2 tackles, does. Here he goes! Begley celebrates, and that is the moment where the superstar puts his stamp on the game. I know it's been over for a long time, but Begley is dominating.
Oh, unbelievable. Look at that.
Yeah.
No one could take him down.
They can't hold him,
No.
not to be stopped. He knew as soon as he grabbed the ball, he would take on all tacklers, and he wandered himself into open space and put the ball on for his 4th. And it's been 4 sensational goals today. 4 of 13. Boronia 13-14, 92. Big lead. Croydon 4-4-28. Hawks marching on to a premiership.
Oh, I think the best thing about Begley and this year and last year coming to Boronia, it looks like he's just loving his footy here. And under-19s coach next season with the Hawks. And what a story it is as this ball back in the middle again.
Absolutely astonishing goal, that really.
Yeah.
Oh, it's freak stuff. 13-14, 92 Boronia. 4-4-28 Croydon. Brasher to Hannon. Handball forward is cut off here by the Hawks. Impedinella has a bit of space and a bit of time to go forward himself. Cut off by Duke, who's been outstanding. I reckon there's about 8 guys on this team that are in contention for a best on ground medal at the moment. Down the corridor to Collins. Out the back is Hannon. Picks it up on the second attempt. Tried to get the handball off just in time. Couldn't. And we're very close to that final siren. It's coming up to the 27-minute mark of the final term out here at Walker Park as the sun starts the set. And the Hawks, as we said, this year it's a bit different because there is a promotion up for grabs. Inside 50 for the Blues. Pryor's fought hard. And his kick's going to fall into the hands of Dower. And another very important player for the Hawks this afternoon.
Both Dowers were very good early.
Oh, particularly that first half when the game was there to be won. Eastland's Dylan Dower has been outstanding. Just ask him if you want a coffee somewhere at Eastland. He knows the right places.
Right. They're like a law firm, Dower and Dower.
Dower and Dower. There's 3 of them. They're triplets. 13-14, 92 to 4-4-28.
Good work by Dowd, putting himself in the ruck contest. They had a moment there in the third quarter where they got some momentum. Kick goes forward by Nicholas, but again, doesn't hit up a target, so it's the defence this time. Picking up the ball is White for a defender, kicking 2 goals. He's had a sensational day. Kick doesn't clear. Croydon wing load up again. Pryor in position, got pulled off the marking attempt, and it'll be a free kick going away of Pryor. He hasn't had many shots at goals. It's been going towards him, but they haven't had the finished article today, and most of their attacks have come to nothing, Croydon. But Pryor constantly trying to get involved, this time under the marking contest, wrapped his arms around it, but the defender pulled him down, tried to stop him from marking, and he'll get the free kick. So Pryor looking for his first goal of the day. Only a consolation effort it will be, but towards Maroondah Highway, he kicks and misses to the right. So it's 4-5 Croydon, 29.
Cross down.
13-14, 92. We'll go boundary side.
I'm headed over to where all the brethren of the Boronia Football Club are, and they're standing in the back, and one man, a former president, and a man that just bleeds brown and gold is Tim Curry. Mate, how's it feeling at the moment knowing you're going up into Division 1?
Absolutely fantastic, and I was so nervous this morning, but because we had a lot to play for last year, obviously we couldn't go up. This year, bang, we're ready. Loving it. Yeah, can't wait.
And once again, the club's put on such a great final series out at Tormore. You've cleaned up after yesterday. It's going to be probably a pretty big clean up again tomorrow, yeah?
Absolutely, it will be. And Tuesday. Yeah, I think they'll go for a week, these guys. Yeah, great bunch of guys, and just an amazing effort. Yeah, the whole club is. Yeah.
It's so great to have come over and find you to have a chat, mate. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thanks for having us, buddy.
Doing great work over there, Ben Warren-Smith. Loves getting around the crowd. Roaming Ben as this comes out through Dodd. Bouncing footy to Dixon. They try and escape through Britton. Down the line to Costantino. Couldn't quite take the mark. Had Duke to compete with.
I think the thing that highlights with Croydon, and I noticed this with the reserves, I think their lack of depth, right, has really hurt them in the final series. I think, encouraging that their 19's won, but I think they've got to build up some more depth. I think if they're going to go back up into Division 1 in the future.
Yeah, probably a bit to work on. And there's your siren. The 2024 Division 2 premiers, Boronia, back to back. The Hawks 13-14-92 had defeated Croydon 4-5-29. An impressive 63-point belting. And finally it's promotion. After 2 flags in the last 6 years, it's the first one that they'll actually be promoted, and it's Division 1 for 2025, and a fantastic story for the club.
The way the supporters are walking, it's not like they're running with overabundance of enthusiasm.
They've strolled onto the field.
They're just strolling over.
They're used to it.
They are. Well, they are at the moment, and it's a massive win for the club. And as we get ready for the presentations, there's a lot of players that could be best on, and we'll certainly see how it all plays out.
Boundary.
But we've got Scott Hardy with some interviews.
Thank you. Got Harry Burgess. Harry, I spoke to you actually last year. I don't know if you remember. You said it was a sweet victory. How's this one sit?
It's a great feeling. Very, very sweet for the players, but this one's important for the club to get that promotion. So 2 years ago, we sort of set out to do that. Last year, we couldn't go up, but we wanted to make the most of it, and I thought we did. And this one's special for all the supporters out here. The Twos boys were out and training with us all week, even though their season's over. They were coming in just before the game to say good day, and with our warm-up, the support we've had from those fellas, the past players, the coterie, and just the Boronia community, this one's for them to see us go up.
And was it that obviously you had the win last year, obviously stayed in that division, but was it that payback that you wanted to show the club and that support?
Oh, absolutely. We didn't want it to be a bit of a Mickey Mouse premiership, where you win it but you're still in the same division. So there's probably been a core group of us since 2016, 2017 that have we've stuck together and we've really driven it, and to finally get there is really special, and we just want to take this club as far as we can go.
Oh, I think you will, mate, but get in there. I don't want to hold you back.
Thanks very much. I'll shake your hand.
Well, what a fine man Harry Burgess is, sharing the moment with us, and he can be proud of the club that he leads, that they've won 2 premierships. Last year wasn't Mickey Mouse. Every premiership is to be cherished, but they backed up knowing that there is a mission to this premiership. Yep. There's an accomplishment and a reward for effort of 2 years. And to be honest, it's been more than 2 years in the making. They've been competitors for premierships for a long time, and they deserve this rise because the end result has been through Matt Clark and this core of players that have gone on a journey for 4 or 5 years in reality.
And Steve Teakle, who is Matty Clark's assistant, he's been with him right through.
We've got BWS with another.
Right down here. Duke, how does it feel, mate? You're a premiership player. You got Division 1 next year.
Oh, mate, I'm absolutely stoked. Can't believe it. Been working. Gee, we're in the another go at it, and that's exactly what we did. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Just that tackling pressure has just been a real part of your this year, and it's really put you in that position. Us just don't give up. You just keep going.
Good pressure. They make our lives easier, so it's unreal.
RSVP, the party to Tormore Reserve tonight?
Oh, definitely.
Go and enjoy it, mate.
Thanks.
Just breaking up a little bit, but I think we get the message.
I think
He's
so.
pretty happy. And he played well. We talk about, and even now.
Boundary.
We'll go boundary side again for Scotty Hardy.
We'll just have a chat on the mic. I've got Mitch Mallis with us. Mitch, a big result for the club. You can see the excitement and definitely excitement on your face.
It's been a long year. I'm so proud of the boys. We're
we're really happy and relieved, but we're not surprised. We had a perfect year, and we were just really confident going in this game. So I'm really happy. It's really special.
And with that special, I sort of spoke to Harry. It meant so much to the club, obviously, to pass on to the group, to the supporter base. And you can see, I've never seen so many supporters around. They've obviously got that belief in you, and you've got the belief in the club.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things we talked about. Like, just it's not about us. It's Owen, everyone around us, and all the volunteers and all the people that put in the work. So this is not for us. This is for the whole club. And I'm so glad that we get to put on a show for everyone around and make everyone proud of us. So yeah.
They're going to be very proud. I won't hold you up. Get in there and enjoy, mate.
And Mitch Mellis, what a champ he's been. He's what a great player, and such a great player that they
Keep it coming.
Cutouts of his face behind. And BWS,
special request from up in the box from your uncle Wayne Brasher. Max Brasher, congratulations to you, mate. What's it feel like?
Oh, it's a great feeling. Obviously stoked to go back to back. But special shout out to my brother as well, who missed out today. He's been a massive part of this, so I love you, mate. And shout out to Wayne as well.
He'll absolutely love that, and he's laughing up there, mate. Four-quarter performance by you guys again. That's what you've been able to do all year, and like you were challenged a little bit in that third quarter, but just like that must have been really enjoyable, that last 10, 15 minutes to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those sort of last 10, 15 minutes is why you play footy. That's sort of, yeah, as I said, that's why you play footy. So, yeah, amazing day. They did come out to challenge us, so we were a little bit nervous in the third quarter, but yeah, just stick to what we know and got the job done. So
looking forward to Division 1 footy next year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's been a major focus this year to get into that Div 1. Obviously, we were pretty gutted last year that we couldn't get in Div 1 after winning the flag. So, yeah, pumped to get in that Div where, you know, we feel that we belong. So
go and enjoy the celebrations, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
And all the supporters around the playing group as they move their way to the presentation area. This is a pretty big club.
It's a very proud club, and it's one of the oldest clubs in the Bresh, I would say.
It is, and I think, and also to the evolution of the Boronia Football Club comes in another form next year where their club rooms get updated. So, you know, look, it's onwards and upwards, Ray, for them.
Yep.
What about the vanquished Croydon? They try hard. They're always competitive in any division they're at. And today they just couldn't sink it. There was nothing happening for them in continuation plays and forward line.
They've had a great season, and they were up there in the top two for most of the season. They had a bit of a slump like most sides did, and they found themselves at the start of the finals at number 4, but they fought their way up to a grand final, and they've got to be, given credit for that.
I do give them credit, Ray, but I think one of the things, if Croydon are going to go up, they've got to try and find some more scoring power because,
without a doubt.
Because, you know, look, it's all right. You can build your game around defence for so long, but if you can't put it on the scoreboard, you're wasting all your talent in that back six.
But credit's got to go out to Red Jordan too.
Another interview, ground level.
Oh, we'll just grab them while we can. I've got Ryan White. Ryan, two goals to your name, and what a performance. Great game by you. You can speak about yourself on this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, speaking of the goals, I've hardly hit the scoreboard all year, so it was a nice surprise to get on the end of a couple today. But
Division 2 Grand Final presentation.
Relief, mate. Like
just
to not
start
go
by
up in
saying commiserations to the
2018,
Croydon Football Club.
Not go up in 23 to finally get here.
And congratulations to the Boronia Hawks, back-to-back premiers, 2023, 2024.
Enjoy, mate. I can hear the presentation starting.
Kevin Smith from the EFNL board to present tonight's medals. We're going to start with the best on-ground medal, also known as the Blue Ribbon medal, from Boronia. Number 10, Josh Begley.
Josh Begley stamped his class on the contest. He's probably been the best player in Div 2 in this comp for most of the season, and probably next to Fletcher Duke, who I thought was very unlucky. He wins the medal.
And now for the premiership medals, starting with number 1, Fletcher Duke.
And he was really good in defence today, as was the entire Boronia defence.
Yeah. 4 very good quarters.
Number 2, Mitch Mellis.
Probably set the game up in the first half. I think they put him behind the ball in the third quarter.
Third quarter, yeah.
And I think he just paced himself for the rest of the afternoon.
Number 4, Max Brasher.
Well, I thought Max's performance over the 4 quarters played probably the perfect link man job, I thought, this afternoon.
Him and Mellis, they are genuinely yin and yang. Batman.
Number
and Robin.
5, Luke Hannon.
I thought Luke was outstanding at centre half forward. He competed, even though he probably didn't hit the scoreboard. But I tell
Number
you what, he made it
6,
contested.
Hayden Stanley.
I reckon he did a fair job on Mackenzie. Mackenzie's always has been one of their prime movers in the midfield. It did a good job.
Welcoming back to the stage, the Blue Ribbon medalist, number 10, Josh Begley.
Class above in that forward 50. Not too much else to be said.
Especially that goal. That was an unbelievable goal, that.
Number 11, Jared Lake.
I thought this guy's game was outstanding at fullback. He did not put 1 foot wrong.
And he showed why he's the best defender in Division 2.
Did he lose a
Number
contest?
12, Damon Fairchild.
Don't think so.
He's probably a little bit off today, Fairchild.
He popped up at certain stages.
I think he kicked 4 points or something, but still.
Number 13, Dean Grice.
Gricey was in and under for most of the afternoon.
Yep.
Played his part.
And what a ripping haircut he does have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I reckon he's won a few medals now, Ray.
I think it's 3.
Number
3
17,
comp medals.
Josh Hannon.
Immense in ruck.
Yeah, I think he was, especially in that first half, he really had it over Yule. He just outbodied him, outmuscled
Number
him.
19, Mitch Jello.
Did some nice things, some nice intercepts, and some good 1%ers.
Number 20, Dylan Dower.
Thought his work rate on a wing and half back was just absolutely superb all day long.
He's run and prepared.
Number
to run
21,
up and down
Nathan
with-
Hare.
Nathan Hare, he bobbed up and made some contributions. Could have kicked a couple
Number
of goals.
23, Jaden Collins.
Well, he's been the Rock of Gibraltar at centre half back this year. He's a bit of an Inspector Gadget, I reckon, the way he tries to bend over and kick the football. But
Number
he's effective.
24, Cooper Duncanson.
Came into the grand final side this year, and he made his presence felt.
Number 25, Zach Dower.
Another one of the Dowers. Made a contribution. That's all you can ask.
As did all
Took a great mark.
Number
in the third
27,
quarter.
Nick Noops.
I thought Noopsy was very serviceable for
Yeah.
most of the afternoon.
Very handy as a second ruckman is Noops.
Number 30, Tyson Henry.
Well, Tyson probably didn't have many possessions, but neither did his opponent. So he did his job.
That recall of a defence.
Number 37, Ryan White.
I reckon it's probably his best game, I think, this year. He's back to the Ryan White of old, running through the midfield off that half-back line. That's Ryan White at his best.
Kicked a couple of
Number 39, Luke Flanagan.
I thought Luke Flanagan was very good this afternoon. Didn't make too many mistakes. Did his job.
And number 52, Ben Robertson.
He's a big presence inside that forward 50,
look,
Robertson.
This guy, what do you say about him?
5 goals from a key forward. Yeah.
He goes out and
The
does a
assistant
job for him.
coach, Steve Teakle.
One of the...
Steve.
Been around for many years.
Been with Matty Clark the whole time he was at One Turner South and at Boronia.
Assistant coach, Drew O'Hare.
Behind every great coach, a great assistant, and Drew's obviously played his part this year.
Assistant coach, Ash Johnson.
Well, Ash has been around for a long while and thoroughly deserved medal for himself this afternoon.
The runner, Dale Hudson.
Well, you got to have a runner to take the messages out. Obviously, he's sending out the right
The
messages.
team manager, Kath Mellis.
Well, you got to have the team manager, the glue of the side, holds it all together.
The head trainer, Donna Probin.
Well, without a great trainer, you don't have fitness, you don't have fit players.
They did a great job today. All the trainers.
They did do a good job.
Now welcoming to the stage, number 45, your premiership captain, Harry Burgess.
Solid in defence. Led from the frontal and didn't, again, like pretty much the entire defence, didn't make a mistake all day long.
And joining him on stage, the premiership coach, Matt Clark.
Well, you'd have to say, Ray, that Matt Clark probably joins the doyen like Neil Winton of EFNL coaching a little bit, doesn't he?
First and foremost, want to recognise Croydon, a fantastic club this year. To get 3 teams, they're hard to get to grand finals, and to get the 3 teams on today was a great performance. There's no doubt, best team we played against all year. It doesn't give you any comfort now. I think play 4 finals in a row is really tough work, but to show up the way you did, full credit to Rhett, who got injured last week, but dealt with that, and then obviously coached the side today, and Smithy as captain, mate, you're a great leader. We always have to put work in just because the way you lead and drive the team. So it won't give you any comfort right now. It has been a good year. There can only be one winner, but enjoy tonight and reflect on it. I know you'll come back stronger and better next year, so good luck for that. Thanks, guys. And to our guys, like, we've had to do this a hard way, and it's never been easy. 2018, won the flag without going up. Last year, won it without going up. It's taken 3 times. They're hard to get here. They're hard to win. But I'm so immensely proud of not only the players, the squad of players. Because we had players who missed out on games today, but there's a squad of players that got us here. 100% support from family, friends, loved ones, the committee, the supporters, the past players. The strength of the Boronia Football Club is never been better. All right, we're in a really good position. We've worked hard for it. It hasn't gone unnoticed by me. This is the final chapter of 2024, boys. You closed it out. Well done.
I don't think I've ever
what
seen,
a legend.
I don't think I've ever seen Matt Clark
for 2024.
Fired up.
The Boronia Hawks.
I'm sure there'll be many Melbourne bitters set aside for Matty Clark tonight, because I know that's his favourite brew, mate.
Well, but twice not going up, he makes a very good point.
Well, that's right. You know, it's 3 times they've won the flag, and now they're finally going up. Yeah.
Well, I will say this. If you're in the Boronia area, I'd avoid Tormore Reserve because there's going to be a massive party down there.
Well, head down there.
Just join the party, I say.
Head down.
I've still got to take the media van back
I'm
to
sure
the
that
EFNL house, so
if you can go to the AFL store at Eastland before you get there and pretend you're one of the reserves players, they won't know by 9 o'clock tonight. They will welcome and put arms around anyone tonight. So just join in the spirits of it. It's going to be a great, and the thing is we've had some premiers this year that have deserved the premiership.
Yeah.
And I know blowouts hurt us from a commentary perspective, and it's annoying from our point of view, but they deserved it, and the win just shows how much of a class above the division they have been for the last 2 years.
And Scoresby, after a long drought, winning the Division 4. Look, Brash, you and I have been around this league a long time, and really this league at the moment is up and flying.
It's probably in its best shape that I think I've ever seen it, Ray.
It is.
And you almost feel like that it's just going to get better because you're starting to see that there are other clubs wanting to join.
Absolutely, and then it all comes to a finish this next weekend out of Bayswater Oval, and what is going to be, it's going to be an epic conclusion either way to what has been one of the better seasons in the AFNL.
It will be, and once again, a 1v2 side, BWS, makes it to the grand final.
Yeah, and what a win it was by Boronia, and just so many happy people down there, and it was so great to walk across the other side and just get amongst the fans in those last 10 minutes or so, because the atmosphere over there was electric. A few beverages, or I don't know about those gazebos. They ain't coming back tonight. No one's driving, but it was great to be out there today. And what a good young man your nephew is, mate. Just the way he spoke and the way he acknowledged his brother straight away. There's a good crew of people coming through this football club. They're ready for Division 1, and good luck to them.
Yeah, they're a great bunch of people at the Boronia Football Netball Club. Every time we've gone down there, they always treat us well, and they're always. I'm guessing you probably wouldn't be able to wipe the grin off their faces, not just for tonight, but probably for the next week. They'll be on cloud 9.
What about Begley for the best on ground?
Yeah.
Popular choice down there?
Yeah, sorry. Just on ground level, I was chatting with a few people and they were asking, who do we reckon? They were spreading it around. A few names were dropped, like obviously Begley was in there. Duke was another one that was mentioned. Hannon was another one that was mentioned. Robertson, it was even spread right across the ground.
I reckon you could have. There was a case for probably 8 players. I reckon that could that would have been a worthy winner.
Those last couple of goals by Begley just probably sold it for him, but because he was kicking himself out of it at one stage.
And that's the thing though with Boronia boys is that they've got so much depth within their side. It doesn't lead to one individual. You know what I mean?
I'm still that goal of Begley's on that left foot. That was astonishing. I just can't believe that he made absolutely something from nothing there.
Yeah.
Brash, you've got a bit of a contact there with your nephews and all that. Is there talk of anybody in that side might be retiring or anything moving on for any particular reason?
No. Look,
there's been nothing come out of it, has there?
No, there hasn't. And look, I think. If someone is going to retire, it's probably just of natural attrition.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Let's go to wrap this up. 2 minutes to go in our broadcast. Boronia, the premiers for 2024 in Division 2. 13-14-92 defeated Croydon 4-5-29. Worthy premiers are the Hawks going up to Division 1. Next week we've got Premier Division Grand Final. But let's get the sign-offs from the broadcast team today. EFNL Game Day Sunday. Let's start off with a legend of the team, Matt Lee. Thanks again, mate.
Yeah, no worries, Gav. It's been a great day for Boronia, and they're going to go up and thoroughly deserve their victory, and all the best for them for 2025.
Jared Beanland always getting involved, and we'll hear from you next week at the big game.
Thank you very much, Gav. Looking forward to it.
Great to with the team. We've obviously got Scott Hardy.
Call him Blake.
Call him Blake. Scott Blake Hardy. Well, Ryan Long's got a lot to do, so we'll just mention him in passing. But BWS, I haven't been on broadcast day with you for a long time, so it's been my pleasure.
It's great to be back on the team with you, mate. You're a fantastic caller. It was great working with Scott down in the best spot in the house today.
And Josh Ward, you've enjoyed the finals, I know, personally, and in the broadcast, so well done again.
No, just great to be just observing this game and had an absolute ball this weekend, even though there were 2 pretty lopsided games. But congratulations to the Mitcham Football Club and Boronia Football Club as well, back-to-back premiers. Yeah, what a great weekend the footy ad has been, especially for those clubs. Now we get to the legends of the team. Ray Baird, grand old man.
No, look, I love coming to finals at Walker Park, no matter what division is. It's got that atmosphere, and today was no difference. And congratulations to Boronia as well.
And Wayne Brasher, you got family joy today, but you contributed so much to the broadcast, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I always enjoy grand finals, doesn't matter whether it's 10th division or Premier Division. So from myself, Gavin Casey, and the EFNL team calling today's game, well done to Boronia, and Lee, what a great job for your team, always great, and you're going to got a big day next week. Sorry for not mentioning LKLM Media, so sorry about that. But you have had another fine effort. As we sign off here from Walker Park, it is Boronia's premier in Division 2.